Hello everybody and welcome to video 1 of 5 of the Ray Kroc McDonald Brothers Dictaphone tapes. Now what I have in my hand is a box of tapes, cassette tapes, that were given to McDonald's presidents back in the 1980s, I think. I found this box on eBay years ago and listened to all 5 tapes. There's hours and hours of stuff in these tapes. I threw them on the computer, cleaned up the audio, and it's in the best quality that you can have from tapes that were taken from 1957 through 1959. So what are on these tapes are basically conversations between Ray Kroc and the McDonald brothers, Mac and Dick, when Ray Kroc was just a franchise agent for McDonald's. You'll hear all 3 men discussing all kinds of plans of how to make McDonald's larger, and there's also some funny stuff said as well. When I made the McDonald's documentary, I went back and I listened to these tapes just to make sure I had, almost everything in order from, I guess, this time period. But a lot of stuff I left out because it wasn't really that crucial. But anyways, I figured I'd make this series to give everyone the best idea of McDonald's history because I haven't seen this, put anywhere online yet. So I figured I'd do the best I can cleaning up the audio and share it with y'all here. So on the front of the box, it says, "To McDonald's presidents from Fred." Now, Fred, we are presuming, is Fred Turner, who was basically Ray Kroc's right-hand man in the beginning of McDonald's when it started to grow immensely. There's A and B, and then side C and D. And then in the card here as well, kind of gives you a guide as to the dates and everything else. And on the card at the very bottom it says, "During the early years of McDonald's, Ray communicated with Dick and Mac McDonald by use of dictaphone tapes mailed back and forth to one another. Enclosed is a set of 5 tapes where Ray, in his own memorable style, communicates with the McDonald brothers." Alright, so we're kicking this video off with, obviously, tape 1 of the Ray Kroc and McDonald brothers dictaphone tapes. We're going to do side A and side B, the entire thing. In this tape from 1957, you are going to hear McDonald brothers and Ray Kroc discuss things such as the quality of cups, franchise realty leasing, food quality operating procedures, food cost concerns, building construction, new building appearance, hiring methods, plans for 1958, and a speedy sweet treat idea for kids. All right, well, let's just get into the action. This is the Ray Kroc McDonald Brothers Dictaphone Tape 1 right now. Enjoy.
Disc A, June 1957.
Hello, Ray. By now, you're well familiar with our trait of trying to think ahead, trying to stay ahead of the pack, throwing ideas into hoppers and stirring them up and shaking them up, and hoping that something useful will filter forth. Now, here are new things that we envision in the future McDonald's. And number one, we think that the paper service, as it is now, is positively, it's horrible. Dixie Cup Company, Lily Cup Company, they've been making these same old dingy white cups with some faded lettering on them for years. And neither one of those companies ever had an idea. It would literally starve from malnutrition. Now, as they are continually raising their prices, the plastic industry is forging ahead and lowering the prices of plastics. And this is what we see ahead, and in a not too distant future either. Instead of this faded white paper cup, we would use plastic disposable cups. And these cups would be a beautiful gold with just a small panel on the cup saying McDonald's. No other lettering, no other copy, nothing but the shimmering gold cup with the panel, a vermilion red, saying McDonald's. And this same pattern would be carried out into the trays. We would like the old wax paper wrapper that we're using now thrown into the ash heap, and the hamburgers wrapped in gold foil. Carrying the theme even farther, the boys would wear gold caps, gold shirts, and we think that this would be a beautiful installation. It would lift the McDonald's so far above the rest of the broken down operators that it wouldn't even be funny. All in the unit would be gold. The carry-out bags, the French fry bags, the whole works. We think that the future of the eating industry is positively tremendous. More and more people have more free time. The 40-hour week is going to come down to the 35-hour week, and probably in the not-too-distant future, people will only work about 25 hours or so. And this means that they're going to be out, they're going to be driving in automobiles, they're going to be eating out more, and no matter what a person does or where he is or so forth, he will eat 2 or 3 times a day. We think that in a few years, our preparation of hamburgers will be entirely electronic and will be cooked in just a few seconds. People are going to demand more and more speed. That is why we think that the ones that have the conventional restaurants, they're in the horse and buggy days, and this is the age of jet propulsion. So in our opinion, they're just dead horse. From time to time, we would like to submit these ideas to you and get your frank reaction on them. And as we always have dealt, we have always laid our cards strictly on the table with you, and you have done likewise with us, and we think that that's a fine association. So we'll wrap this little message up for now, Ray, and drop us a line when you get a chance. Goodbye.
Hiya, Dick and Mac. Boy, you guys are sure on the gold standard, aren't you? I think your ideas are wonderful. And I agree with you that when we can get plastic cups at the same price of paper, we sure will want to do it. Of course, when plastic gets down to the price of paper, paper will begin dropping, and paper cup people will be cut down to size. Now, on the shirt and uniform situation, I like your ideas, and I agree that the help should be better uniformed uniformly. As a matter of fact, all of the places here have white shirts that they rent from the laundry with McDonald's across the pocket, which I think is the right direction. I just don't believe in letting the boys bring their own shirts. When you get all types of rolled-up sleeves and ribbed and PK'd, faded, tattletale with it, the colors that go with it, particularly when you're paying boys $1, $1.10, or $15 an hour. So I think the thing is to try to get those places in California to have McDonald's shirts where everyone is exactly the same style and design. There's much research that needs to be done on the McDonald's building. That building is going to end up as a prefabricated steel structure in order to get the cost down. These costs are just running crazy. Costs are just building ceramic tile. All the wood construction of the roof is strictly for custom-made jobs and not for mass production. I believe eventually to a porcelain enamel steel which will emulate the tile, the mortar, and everything. And possibly they can put up a double wall construction with blown insulation in between so that you have porcelain enamel on the inside as well as outside of the building. Then the roof, or rather the ceiling, could be porcelain enamel steel. instead of Marlite, which would save a lot of money and yet be even more durable. I believe the whole building would help to development, and we get somebody like National Home, somebody of that home, to develop it. Then all the thing we needed would be to get the cement slabs poured and set the steel, and it'd be ready to close the building in no time at all. The building could be constructed in about half the time and for a lot less money. This, in my opinion, is a very important part of our future growth. I have finally found a way, I hope, that will put every single McDonald's we open under our complete control. By God, this way they'll either conform or get out. We'll be in the same position as the telephone company or the utility company. If they don't pay their bill with those people, they shut them off. They don't sue or make a lot of threats. They just shut off the light and power. So, of course, they never have any trouble with collecting their money. Now, here's the way we're doing it. Franchise Realty Corporation will take the lease on every McDonald's in the future. In fact, even if a man owns his own property and wants to put up his own building and operate the place himself, he will not be able to do it unless he subleases from Franchise Realty. And the purpose of it is this. The lease from Franchise Realty says that the basis of this lease is for a McDonald's business according to McDonald's standards of operation. Goes on to say that if this building is used for any other purpose than McDonald's, the lease will be automatically canceled on 30 days' notice. It also goes on to say that if at any time McDonald's System, Inc. notifies Franchise Realty Corporation that the operation does not conform in every way to the McDonald's standards of quality and this lease will be canceled up. Now, of course, if the place was doing something they shouldn't, they would be telephoned or possibly even written a letter. But that's as far as it would go, and if they didn't correct it 2 or 3 days, then there would be an eviction notice. They would get their net worth. In other words, the price will be inventory and the inventory and all equipment, less depreciation on the equipment. Now we will have a club over, and by God, there'll be no more pampering or fiddling with them, and they will either do as we say or get out. We will do the ordering instead of going around begging them to cooperate. If we'd have had those with those characters out there in California, the prices, said we would have put the prices down and get out. It's a shame so intelligent is that way. Intelligent men, I guess there's no other way to handle it. I was interested in your comments about the shorter work week, but there's only one thing that disturbs me. If the people ever get to a 25-hour work week, we will be paying about $2 an hour for help, high school boys and college boys. And that would mean our 15-cent hamburgers would probably have to go to about 25 cents. The shorter the work week, the higher the inflation. And you can't have inflation. You can't have it affecting everybody. For instance, I've got moments of up news that they're like, they just aren't making any. They've been going a long time and going along. They certainly are nowhere near the profit picture we have back then. It's due to the fact that their milkshakes cost them from 1 to 2 cents more than they do here. Their milk costs considerably more. So a shorter work week means higher costs for everything and higher labor costs for us. And it would mean that we would have to adjust our prices because, after all, the final motive is the profit motive, and there must be profit. Everything else is secondary to that. I'm sure that our purchasing power is going to increase tremendously in the next year because our volume is really jumping now, and that's going to help everyone concerned.
Disc B, October 1957.
Hi, Mac and Dick. Thanks for the sleeve. And don't be bashful with them. I always enjoy hearing from you. We are following your thoughts as far as the griddle is concerned on hamburgers, as mentioned in your sleep. Fred is very much aware of that problem, and he has Tony and Nick, the other two supervisors, watching this too. We try to keep them to a maximum of 30 so that the preparation table can be kept neat, and there is room for the griddle man to put the meat and bottom of the bun on the top in orderly fashion. Getting that meat centered on the bun is about the toughest thing that we have to contend with, and particularly when there are lines of people out in front and everybody has to work just a little faster. I would like to find some method of keeping that meat centered. Also, some way of making sure that all the onions come off the spatula with the meat and not half of them on the makeup table. Someday, I want to have a laboratory with full-time technicians that can test meat, buns, dairy products, chocolate, ketchup, and in fact, everything we use. And at the same time, they use that laboratory for some research. It seems to me there might be some way of grilling the onions without the slow procedure of putting them on by hand and then leaving about half of what you put on the meat on the griddle. Maybe there's some way of grilling these onions in a separate way, and then keep them in some sort of a container over heat so that they are hot. And you would put a few on each meat patty just after they were turned, or you would use like a putty knife and spread a few onions on the bun before putting the ketchup and mustard. Also, maybe there would be some way of putting the meat patty alone on the top of the bun that has been prepared, and then taking the bottoms from the griddle and completing the sandwich so as to be able to see what you're doing, and when that meat is put on the top of the bun, so that you're sure it is centered. Where the bottom of the bun has been put on the meat, the fella can't see what he's doing, and there's no way of knowing whether that meat is centered unless he takes the bottom off and looks at it, and of course this would slow him way down. I certainly agree with you that there's nothing nicer than our hamburger when it is done perfectly. And there's nothing sloppier when ketchup is hanging off the side, and mustard, and the meat's way over off of one side, and onions are sticking on the side, and all that sort of thing. It's really a mess. Do you think we would sacrifice any flavor in the bottom of the bun by not setting it on the meat after the meat has been turned over? It seems to me about all we get in that bun is greasy steam. I'd like to have you kick this around and give me the benefit of your thinking on it. It seems to me that in considering these methods for the onions and the bottoms of the buns, that we would go a long way in being sure that the customer is getting the ultimate by eliminating many more chances for human failures. I don't know just how the onions would be grilled ahead of time, except that they would probably be done just before opening in the morning, and enough of them made up put on the griddle at the meat end of the griddle, so that you have enough to last till, say, 2 o'clock, and then then before the supper hour, you make up enough to run through the supper hour, and so forth. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to figure out a way to keep them hot. One thing this would do would be to ensure uniformity and better control. I don't know just how the meat would come off the griddle, because when they use the bottoms of the buns on the meat, the boys put their hands on the buns, whereas you wouldn't be able to do that, but you've just taken meat off by itself. I sure enjoyed that story of yours. However, that fella could spoil it for the rest of us. I got one for you fellas. There's a fella that's got a big dumb ox of a son. In fact, this kid's so dumb, he's 19 years old and still a sophomore in high school. Well, one day he brings home a report card that's the worst the old man had ever seen, and the old man blew his top. He told the boy there's no use of going to school anymore. He said, you might as well come down to the plant and see if you can learn something down there. Now, the old man had raised himself by his own bootstraps and now owned a tremendously big meat packing plant. So he brings the boy in there and shows him plant number 1 and says to the boy, now be observing and try to learn something. And he says, by the way, you see that machine over there? He said, I spent many years developing that machine, and it cost tens of thousands of dollars. Now, he says, with that machine, you can put practically an entire oxen in one end, and it bones it, and cuts it, and grinds it, and adds the spices, and then it puts it in a wrapper, and out the other end come frankfurters. Ding, 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 ding. Real production machine. Well, the kid looks at it, and of course he can't tell up from down, and he knows the old man would just soon kick him in the teeth. Yet the kid wants to appear intelligent, and he said, gee, Dad, that's a wonderful machine, but wouldn't it be marvelous if you could put a frankfurter in one end and get an ox out the other? Well, the old man turned fiery red, and he screamed at the boy, only your mother has that kind of a machine. I'm glad to hear you're set at the Edgewater Beach, and I think you'll get a big kick out of this restaurant show, and undoubtedly meet a lot of your friends from the West Coast and people you know in the industry. We are continuing to get better prices in spite of the general rise in the cost of foods, with the one exception of meat. Meat has been going up all over, and I presume the same thing is true out there. Our mix is the lowest we've ever been able to buy it. We just got a reduction for Michigan on buns by bringing the price from 26 down to 24 cents. We made a deal with an outfit here that is the exclusive distributor for basic onions, which reduced our cost 5 cents a pound on onions delivered. So we continue to pass on benefits to our operators that no other franchise system in this world can ever compete with. You and I know that most food franchises are rackets. They charge them a high royalty fee, and they take kickbacks and commissions on every item, all the way down to paper napkins and toilet paper. And it doesn't take long before that word of mouth gets around, and believe me, people coming in to see us, many of whom have talked with half a dozen different food franchises, and finally say to us, you are the only ones that I get compliments about from your operators. The rest of the franchises have their operators cussing them and accusing them of unethical methods. Our operators should be very happy to pay the 1 9/10% because we're saving them at least 3 to 4, maybe 5% in tangible savings. And if we accomplish that sort of relationship with our operators, believe me, we'll never have a competitor. I had forgotten that you had met Jim Schindler when he went out there to check with you about the opening of the McDonald unit in Des Plaines. Jim is a real fine boy and has been the chief engineer for Leitner now for some 5 years. So we are in good hands for the head of our engineering, construction, equipment, sign, and that sort of thing department. I'm getting this thing pretty well departmentized so that I got a little time to think and plan and collect my thoughts. I have made Don Conley vice president of McDonald's system. So with he interviewing most of the new people, of course I still talk with a lot of them, and Fred Turner taking care of the purchasing of products and being head supervisor, and Harry Sonneborn heading the franchise realty division, where we now have 5 men getting locations for us. We are beginning to shape up as an organization. Everybody I have, except the assistant to Jim Schindler, are young people, and I think that's important for long-range thinking. I'm having some new plans made on the building again. I've never seen anything in my life like architects. They're the worst bunch of fakers I ever saw. Jim is going all over the plans again. Jim is a draftsman, and we're going to get rid of this fellow Zaroli. And at the same time, I'm having some plans made where the lower part of the arches will be reinforced cement and will be structural. And the roof of the building will be poured cement. And the benches will be cantilevered out from the building. This means that by using all cement construction, that we should be able to get the walls and the roof on the building in about 10 days to 2 weeks, and save at least 2 or 3 weeks in the construction of the building. When the lower part of the arches are structural, it means we can remove all lolly columns and open that building up and make it look a lot larger. And of course, there's the problem of getting the forms made so that they will look just like arches. In other words, they'll look just like they look now, because the cement will be painted yellow and enameled yellow, and it'll give the same exact appearance that we have now. But these carpenters, they're slower than molasses in January, and there's about $5,000 worth of carpentry in the building. We think we can eliminate the carpenters entirely, and that'll speed it up and should also cut the cost. Well, so long for now. I didn't realize it's 20 minutes to 2, and I haven't even gone out to lunch, so I'll get off of this and let you hear from me again soon. So long for now. By the way, let me know how your volume is holding up in San Bernardino. Are you still ahead of last year? And do you hear anything about the boys at Downey as to how their business is going?
Disc C, October 1957.
Hello, Ray. I received your sleeve telling about the new type of building construction, and this contractor that you have from Alexandria sounds like a guy that's really on the ball. And the ideas that you talked about sound very good, particularly promoting the compressors and using metal doors. We have metal doors in the warehouse out here, and they have worked out very well. They'll take a tremendous amount of abuse and aren't affected by the weather like the wood doors are. They're not as attractive, perhaps, as the grained wood doors, but we can see where you really have a problem back there with the winter weather. One thing we do want to mention is that we hope that when we sent that little sketch of the steel building, that you didn't interpret that as that we thought that the building design should be changed. This was farthest from our mind, Ray, and we simply sent that sketch, which was out of one of the steel company's catalogs, as showing the type of construction that they do. And when we talked with them out here, it was with the understanding that they were to make an exact duplicate of the present building design, but using steel. And they said that they could do this even to the tile effect on the building, which they would do with panels. So we didn't want you to think that we had gone completely balmy out here and we're suggesting that a square type boxy building be used, such as was the sketch. But that was merely a sketch that we took out of their catalog. A couple of the reasons we have leaned toward a steel building, Ray, is the fact that it is erected in a hurry. Each one would be exactly the same. The steel company could form the arches and a neon sign in the front. And perhaps the biggest item would be the fact that it would eliminate all the problems with the different building departments, building codes in different sections of the country. And as we all know, these vary not only from state to state, but each city or town has its own interpretation. And so many of these folks in building departments are really not qualified to judge mathematical calculations and engineering calculations. And they do a lot of bluffing. And the fact that they do lack education, so many of them are just ex-carpenters and so forth, who have gotten their job through a political appointment on contractors. With a national steel fabricating company, there's none of this foolishness goes on. These companies build for companies like Standard Oil, Shell, Gulf, and all the major refineries, and their engineering department is very well qualified, and they know what they're doing, and the building departments realize this. And if in some isolated case where it might be a matter of a extreme snow load or something like that, this would be dumped into the laps of the engineering department, and they would make the necessary changes. So we thought that instead of having to fight and go through all the red tape with building departments over every building, that it would be so much easier to simply go out and drive a stake in the ground where the building would be centered and tell the representative of the steel company that that's where the building would go, and that's the end of it. They take it from there on and complete the structure. And of course, this structure could be erected in about 2 weeks, and there'd be no delays of any kind caused by adverse weather, as there'd be no having to wait for any of the material to dry out or cure or set up or anything like that. Incidentally, Ray, eliminating the posts in the building would be a big improvement in the appearance of it, and we sure hope it's possible for this contractor to do that without increasing the size of the arches underneath the roof line. And we'll sure be interested in seeing what the reaction is of the different building departments when these plans are submitted to them. We'll wrap this up for now, but we're looking forward to seeing you real soon. So if you get a chance in the meantime, drop us a few lines. Goodbye. Ray, after signing off, a couple thoughts came to mind concerning the operators and their problems of obtaining suitable employees, and particularly now with the opening of schools. Out here, Mac and I have not had too much help trouble over the years, but even when we have a good crew, we are always on the lookout for good men, and when we see one who is looking for part-time work, we never brush him off with a comment that we don't need any help. We are courteous to him. We take his name and address and tell him that although at that particular time we are filled, we hope he will keep in contact with us from time to time, and we will keep him in mind, and we'll contact him immediately if an opening turns up. When anyone applies for a job, we have him fill out an interview card, and at the top right-hand corner, write down either the letter A, B, or C, depending on his appearance. If an opening comes, we take out the A cards first, and if necessary, get into the B cards, but only consider a C man if we happen to be really stuck. But by having this identifying mark on him, we don't have to try to remember what this one looked like or what that one looked like. If he has an A on his card, it shows that he made a good impression on us. We date these cards and periodically call the men who have made an especially good impression on us to see if they are still available for part-time work or if they have moved away, and in this manner keep the filing cards up to date. We have found that good sources of employees are the fire departments, where they are on duty so many hours and then off duty a like number of hours. And we get men in pairs so that one of these is always available for work. The church ministers are another good source of employees, as they are always in contact with members of their church who have had illness in their families, are heavily in debt, and so forth. Another source of supply are the slightly handicapped persons who are ruled out of most of the jobs because of this handicap. But many of these men make excellent workers, making milkshakes, working French fries, and so forth. We have found out that with the work week getting shorter in many industries, this is fine for the workers in one way, but it leaves them with a lot of idle time on their hands. And the first thing they know, they have bought new furniture, new TV sets, a new automobile or something. And then when they do have some illness in the family, they are in trouble. And their only way out is to get some part-time work. We have quite a backlog of fellows waiting for us to call them, such as men who are with the utility companies, a couple of fellows who are inspectors for the building department, several firemen, a couple policemen, and so forth. So perhaps a memo to the units telling them of these sources of potential help might be of some assistance to them. It was just a thought that we had, and we thought we'd pass it on to you. Well, we'll wrap it up this time and hope to hear from you soon. Goodbye.
Hello, Mac and Dick. Thanks for the sleeve, and I'm happy you sent me your thoughts on the help situation. We have a rough deal with the help situation around a big city like Chicago because there is so much competition for help. The Chicago industries need about 500,000 workers. So you see the competition is very keen, and we have to end up with marginal personnel or handicapped people, or the ones who work strictly from the standpoint of convenience, where they don't have to have any car fare and that sort of thing. We've been pretty fortunate that we're getting along in pretty good shape, but it's a situation in which we constantly need the benefit of suggestions such as you made. This fellow, Walt Benedict from Alexandria, Virginia, will arrive in Lafayette, Indiana next Sunday. He was delayed a few days, and will start the construction of the building in Lafayette next week. He and a lawyer partner who has money have formed a company called Webb and Benedict, and they will specialize on McDonald's construction work for us, but they won't be able to keep up with us because we're going to have more jobs than they can handle. The same thing is true of Illinois Range Company. We've got 150 jobs slated for 1958, which means over $3 million worth of business in equipment, as our finished layout now is running about $22,000, including all the refrigeration, compressors, and final hookup. So I'm now, I've had the engineer up from Southern Equipment Company in St. Louis, who are the largest in their field in the entire United States. And I'm figuring on them doing some jobs for us next year. And all in all, I'm figuring on 2 people in almost every field, so that we are never hamstrung by strikes or problems beyond our control. We still have about 20 jobs, or maybe 25, to be started yet this year. If we can get this thing down to where we can depend on one or two builders to build for us everywhere in the country, or a big steel company in the future, as you suggested, which has tremendous potential for us, it will take away a lot of our problems. To get a contractor to build his first McDonald building in an area in which he probably will never build a second one brings about a lot of problems. He's always able to do a lot better on the second building, but we don't have the second building for him to build. So everybody is going through that trial and error deal on the first building, and it's very frustrating. I look for a big help in that regard from this fellow, Walt Benedict. At least it's going to be a big improvement over what we've had. And on jobs that he can't handle, he is willing to go down and act as a counselor with the local contractor for a comparatively small fee to point out the hazards and be in there as a consultant if and when needed. I'm enclosing with this leave a letter from Jack Whitmire in answer to my letter, which is self-explanatory. I cannot do anything about Riverside until he has made his payment, but when he does, then I will do what I can to stop the present sources of supply from delivering. Now, of course, that's an involved thing, because if I go to Olson and Olson refuses to stop delivering to Whitmire, I've got to be able to retaliate, and I don't have anything to retaliate with. The same thing is true on meat. So that's something that you can think about and help me develop that thing so that we can back up our statements to Jack in this regard. He will be good riddance, and it will be a relief to get him out of the way. I don't know just when I'll get out there, because every day something new comes up that keeps me tied up for the next week. But I've got to get away from here for a while to get freshened up, because no matter how enthused you are about anything, 15, 16 hours a day of it, 7 days a week, will make you get stale. I'm very fortunate that I've got an organization that loves this business as much as I do and works 7 days a week at it without being asked to. I think they feel pretty confident that they're going places and that they've got a tremendous future, which I can tell them is assured. I don't know whether I told you before, but our operators here are now paying 25 cents a dozen for buns, and they're better than ever. Well, so long for now. I'll be seeing you later.
Disc D, 1957.
Anyway, we are enclosing a little idea of ours that we believe might do the very finest public relations job of anything that could possibly be done. Mac and I were discussing the other day the tremendous amount of kid business that we have and the tremendous amount of influence that these youngsters have with their parents. We have had literally dozens and dozens of our customers tell us that many times they have intentionally gone down another street to avoid going by the drive-in in an effort to keep the kids from screaming for a hamburger and a milkshake. But they have told us that, well, this was sort of a dreamer's paradise, because these kids knew where they were, and just because they were a block or two away from the drive-in, this didn't deter them one bit. They started hollering for a hamburger, and it got Mac and I to thinking that perhaps more attention should be devoted to this youngster business. So one thing led to another, and finally we came up with this little new McDonald lollipop. And we were talking about the effect that it would have on a family. If one of the youngsters was ill, perhaps a victim of polio or something not as extreme as that. But if a little package came to the youngster with one of the new McDonald's Speedy Pops in it, with a little card saying, "All of us at McDonald's want you to get well real soon." And we can't help but feel that there would be a tremendous impact. That these parents couldn't help but think, well, now here, of all the business places in this town, the only one who has taken the time to send a little get-well card or a get-well little present of any kind was the McDonald's. And we don't think that you could possibly buy this sort of goodwill and any sort of other advertising certainly wouldn't do the job either. And there are a dozen different places that these little Speedy Pops could be used. The lower grades in the schools, the teachers could be given a box of these Speedy Pops and give them out as little prizes. They could be sent to orphanages. They could be sent to Girl Scout groups and small Boy Scout groups. They could be sent to the children's wards in the hospitals. And then we can't help but feel that what a tremendous amount of goodwill would come out of it. Another thing that could be done on certain days, let's say we took that plastic cutout of Speedy that we have and set a tray of different colored Speedies in front of the plastic cutout, so it would look like Speedy was holding this tray in his hands. And when little tykes came up to the windows, as they often do with their parents, hand them out one of these little lollipops. And the little Speedy Pop could be built in a couple of sizes, a small size for this sort of use where you handed out quite a few of them, and a little larger size for special gifts. And golly, there's nothing more economical to produce, I guess, than a lollipop. And as the program got bigger and bigger, we could call in the major suppliers to help in sort of a cooperative deal, and with the cost being spread all the way around, it would be the most economical advertising that could ever possibly be done, and probably the most effective. And there are a million different little gimmicks that could be worked along with it. That Christmas time, around Christmas time, the lollipop could be made out of the Christmas candy with the multicolored effect, and let's say around St. Patrick's Day it might be a green lollipop. And as the program got bigger each year, something we would like to see is perhaps 2 or 3 times each year a Kiddies Day be set aside for each McDonald's unit, and an ad run in the paper announcing that tomorrow is Kiddies Day at the McDonald's. Come in and get your free gift or your free lollipop or whatever it was that was given away. We think that a day such as this would completely take the play away from all competition. And another thing, there would be a tremendous amount of hamburgers and milkshakes and French fries sold, so it would be a very profitable deal all the way around. Incidentally, getting away from the lollipop for a minute here, we thought your idea of a nice type of pastry to be used in the drive-ins was a very good idea. And once again, this pastry could be in the shape of a simulated Speedy, whether it was a large cookie or something along the brownie style, or a sort of a cupcake deal, or a nut filling or something. This would work out very well, but instead of just using the regular style that they use, have it in the shape of a simulated Speedy. And once again, a tray could be set up in front of the plastic cutout of Speedy, so it would look like he was holding a tray of these pastries in his hands. We showed this little lollipop to a couple of very top advertising Ray, and they thought it was outstanding. It was really outstanding. And they thought units doing such a big business, the whole thing ties very well. Well, I want to get this made clear, so we'll sign off and get it from you, and Talk to me what you think about this now.
Hi, Mac and Dick. Well, you really came up with a blister in this Speedy Pop. I am tremendously impressed with the possibilities that this might develop into and its potential in giving us a position beyond the reach of the rank and file of stands, joints, and what have you. I think you have answered the problem of the pastry or sweet item in this Speedy Pop. I don't mean that the Speedy Pop would be for that purpose, but I mean that the simulated Speedy wrapped in cellophane and probably made of gingerbread or a nut fudge material like a brownie, which would let us call it McDonald's Speedy gingerbread or McDonald's Speedy brownie. Or we could just have Speedy on the chef hat and then underneath have McDonald's brownie or gingerbread or whatever we have to call it. As I see it, the cellophane wrapper would have the Speedy character printed on the wrapper, and the brownie or gingerbread or what have you would be perfectly plain without any icing or anything, so that there was no melting or spoilage of that frosting. On a production basis, which it would become, the cookie plant would have this wrapped by automatic machinery. The size you sent would be ideal. Maybe it might be a little thicker, I don't know. But it's nice because it's comfortable to hold in your hand and eat, or even to break in half if you want to be more dainty or if you want to split it with somebody. And of course it would lend itself to kids' parties at school, churches, homes. You could hang it on the Christmas tree and all of those things that you mentioned in your part of the sleep. This item, however, would be strictly a commercial item for profit and should sell for about 12 cents. It's an item on which we would have a monopoly, and it's a luxury. People don't have to have it at a meal, and it should carry a good profit. I think you've come up with a terrific idea, and I think it's going to answer two things, both of which we need badly. One is the sweet item to finish off and top off the lunch or supper. Not so much for the adults, although there are a great many adults that do like to finish with something a little sweet. But particularly for the youngsters, you may be sure that they're going to have that when the folks take them over there at supper time or at lunchtime. And then, too, it's a good in-between item. A fella could have one or two of those with a cup of coffee and have a nice coffee break without feeling that he was eating part of a meal by eating some meat and potatoes. Now, the other thing that it takes care of is the public relations, advertising, promotion, publicity, and that end of the business, which is, of course, extremely important. For this, we should have the Speedy Pop made, I don't know, maybe about half this size of this sample, or maybe even smaller. This item, from an impulsive thought, would seem to me to be strictly a gratuity item. If one knew there was a brownie scout meeting at some home, he could send one of the boys over with a dozen of these, or Cub Scouts, or maybe some of the very tiny little leaguers, the kindergarten class at school, or or the kindergarten group at Sunday school or church. And of course, on a day like Kitty Day that you mentioned, which I think is a great idea, every youngster under 12, let's say, would get one free. Now, the only thing about an item of this kind, Dick and Mac, is that it's no good if you just get them and put them on the shelf and forget them. It means organization and planning and work. We can give them the plan and tell them how to use it, but the mechanics and details each operator would have to take care of. And there lies the problem. How does he find out that little Joe is sick? If he only finds out accidentally, he will only know about very few minor cases. How does he know about the Brownie group meeting or Cub Scouts? This is where the wife can come in handy and get this information at home, checking up with the community heads about the various groups and where they meet, when, and all that sort of thing. That can be very helpful. And of course, you know, with school starting in fall, if one had these, he could send somebody over around the grammar schools and kindergartens and give them to all the youngsters in kindergarten, first and second grade, and just say with the compliments of McDonald's. Or you would probably have a little tag on the, probably would be a rope handle for safety. And you'd have a little tag on there, compliments of McDonald's. It would mean that we would have to get a local candy company to make these up and then ship maybe 500 to each operator, very simply. So now let's get down.
Welcome back, everybody, to part 2 of 5 of the McDonald's and Ray Kroc Dictaphone tapes. So as this is video 2, we are going on to tape 2, as we are going through E through F and G through H. They call them discs in the recording, but it's just side A and side B. So the whole tape, tape 2. And in this tape, we're going to hear Ray Kroc and also Fred Turner, Ray Kroc's right-hand man, talk about all kinds of things. You're going to hear Ray Kroc talk about flower boxes and building atmosphere upgrades, an upcoming seminar for operators in Chicago, a McDonald's location in Greensboro, North Carolina, which is the very first McDonald's location that opened within the state, and other businesses imitating McDonald's. Ray Kroc gets really mad about, and he asks the McDonald brothers which steps they should take to keep them away. This tape goes from 1957 into 1958, and Ray Kroc starts discussing cost effectiveness to make the McDonald's locations still look unique, but still being able to do it in an affordable way. He discusses sales figures, a new method of prepping French fries, new locations and franchise realty, new location in San Bernardino, concerns with costs and growth overall, winter weather in Chicago. And then Fred Turner gets on the mic and he talks about sales figures, costs, projections. So there is a lot to listen to, so let's just get into this. This is the Ray Kroc and McDonald Brothers Dictaphone Tape 2. Enjoy.
Disc E, 1957.
Hello, Mac and Dick. I've been going to write you or send you a sleeve ever since I got the nice artist drawing of the gold medallion unit, period. Oh, here I go with the period again. I'm sure tickled you had this artist conception made up, because it's always much easier to expand something when the original thought is created. Now, some of them around here don't like the idea of the flower boxes around the base of the arches, but I do. I think that with indirect lights in the flower boxes going up the arches, that it will enhance the arches and the lower part of the building. And at the back part of the arch, which is up against the tile wall, It will illuminate the entire tile wall along with the arch, and will brighten it and make it more cheerful and, of course, more attractive. The fountain arrangement out in the green cement walk going out to the street is extremely attractive. Also, it has a clever place for the waste cans, and will give the customers that are pulled up in front of that center section something to add to the atmosphere and make it entirely different than what they normally have at most drive-ins. The green cement going all the way out to the sidewalk has worked out extremely well in Lansing, Michigan, and Ann Arbor, Michigan, and the newest unit in Madison, Wisconsin, and certainly gives a wonderful spot in that cement to develop these attractive embellishments. The width of the lot will determine how wide that green cement can be, but it certainly should be wide enough to take care of the bumper overhang on the walk and still provide a safe place for the customers to walk after allowing for that, and to allow for the planter or planters, because in some units they might even have two. You know, in addition to the 4 waste cans you show in the planter in the picture, it might be conceivable that there would be another spot out farther on that green cement where a planter-like arrangement could be built with no planter in it, but it would just be big enough to hold 4 waste cans in a tailored or orderly fashion. And then there would be no chance of them being pushed around sideways and over too close to where the cars could hit them and all that sort of thing. You have certainly gone a long way with this, and I want to compliment you on your thinking. And it ties in with my thoughts of upgrading our places so that even imitators of McDonald's will be left behind, and the atmosphere of our places will continue to be upgraded. I think that's about as far as we can go with the building and the front part out to and including the sign. But of course, there are many things that the individual operator can do with shrubbery, fences, carriage-type lamp lighting around the perimeter, flower garden, rock gardens, and maybe at the front entrance, if the lot is extraordinarily wide, some real nice green grass sodding at the corners, and possibly some. Here again, I mean, we can't talk for all of them, but you know, like you have your posts at the entrance to your home with the iron gates. Well, these posts can be made very attractive, as yours are, but not in our case. It wouldn't be that high. But in the post itself, which might be at the outer side of the entranceways, could be a panel in there which would say entrance on one post, showing the entrance on 3 sides of the post, and on the other post would show 3 sides of exit, which was lighted from behind. This looks real smart, and on the top of that can be a smart-looking carriage lamp or something of that kind. Your thought of having a picture to show these zoning boards and things of that kind, of the extra effort we make to make our place an attractive part of the community, is very good and very important. I'm going to have one of our draftsmen make a rough sketch from this artist drawing of yours, and then we'll get one place to follow this type of thing, and so that we can get an actual photograph of it and not have to show an artist's conception, because the photograph shows that it's already been done. You ask if this wouldn't look nice at Kedzie and Peterson. Well, my fast answer is that anything would look better at Kedzie and Peterson than the way it has been. But this is now on the way to accomplishment, period. Bill Barr of 4320 North Cicero has taken possession of Kedzie and Peterson, I believe, as of today or tomorrow. The deal has been all closed, and we will see quite a difference in that operation now that we have a real first-class operator in there. We are having a seminar on November 10th, 11th, and 12th of November at the Bismarck Hotel here in Chicago. This seminar is being confined to about 14 or 15 operators who have been consistently in the top 10 or have special talents, such as having been in the meat business or in research, such as Ed Traisman of Madison, Wisconsin, who was one of the men in charge of research for craft foods. And we are going to discuss things that have been brought up by operators and refinements in service, improving quality, better advertising and public relations, and about every other subject that has to do with this business. You are, of course, most cordially invited, but I know how you feel about those things, and you prefer not to be involved in them. But if you change your mind, please let me know, because we have to make arrangements for rooms for everyone and all that sort of thing. Some of the fellows that will be there will be Oscar Goldstein and John Gibson from Washington, D.C., Sandy Agate, the Terhune brothers from Muncie, Indiana, Rube Taylor from Connecticut, Jim Zion, Bill Barr, and so forth. We are going to keep records of the meeting, so I'll be able to give you a detailed report when the thing is all over. And we will be able to report on a consensus of opinion on various subjects to all of the operators. I would like to keep your sketch until this seminar meeting, if that is agreeable to you, so that we can display this and talk of the ideas with these fellows during this seminar session. Please let me know if this is acceptable to you. I was in Greensboro, North Carolina last week, and I wish you could have seen the unit. The top of the sign flowed beautifully. Speedy was moving rapidly. The arches were flashing correctly. The sign said over 200 million sold, and it was a beautiful building. They are doing a tremendous business. They are just slightly under $1,000 a day average so far in October, and I think they opened the 30th of September. They are going to be wonderful operators. The man that's actually in charge of the unit was a former chief in the Navy. The meat is of excellent quality, and everything about it is just darn near perfect, and that's hard to say for most of the units. The second site in Greensboro is starting for construction this week, and a third site is being developed. We expect to have units in Winston-Salem, High Point, Raleigh, Durham, and a lease is already concluded in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I guess you know that we're pretty near ready to open in Asheville, North Carolina. I think that state is going to be real good to us as they have good weather, and the public has already demonstrated their acceptance of our offerings in Greensboro. I'm attaching a piece from the Bloomington, Illinois paper, which was sent to me this morning by our operator in Normal, Illinois. This unit, Mr. Quick, is to be put in one block from our unit in Normal. I just can't understand how people can put a like type of business right on top of the original of that business. What in the devil do they expect to do? And why don't they have enough sense to figure out that they would be far better off to get a spot where we are not located and be the first one there with their particular unit? But this only reflects on the management and shows that they don't have too much above the ears, or they wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. So it shows up their weakness. Now, the thing is that this is an obvious copy of our design, and I think we should do something about it. I think I should write Mr. Comte a letter, or rather have one of our attorneys write him a letter protesting their imitation of our arches and whatever other legal challenges that we can make, and establish the fact that we consider this an infringement of our trademark and identifying McDonald design. Please give me your thoughts on this and return this newspaper clipping to me with your memo so that I have the address of the party I want to write to and all of the other information. We are certainly going to have plenty of competition in the 15-cent hamburger field. And I suppose while I'm talking to you on this sleeve that two or three others are planning some type of design for a 15-cent hamburger. I'm not concerned with the competition, except if they operate a chain which would confine them to a small area where they would have tighter control than we have. Okay, so much for now. So please return this to me by return mail. That is the picture from Bloomington. Thanks a lot. Nice to talk with you. Okay, bye.
Disc F, March 1958.
Hello, Mac and Dick. I got a phone call and a letter from Roy Anderson of Santa Barbara, who had talked with you about prefabricated buildings from Japan, period. Here I am saying period when I forget I'm putting this on a sleeve. I enjoyed talking with him, and now that I have his letter, I will answer it. But the problem is a rather complex one in that we want a building that cannot be imitated very easily, and one that's costly enough to keep the ordinary operator from duplicating it strictly from the standpoint of expense involved. At the same time, we want this unusual, costly building to be kept within the realms of reason from a cost standpoint. So we are kind of trying to accomplish both ends against the middle. I would hesitate to get involved in a deal that would be so unwieldy in getting structural engineering work and architectural work and changes from such a distant point as Japan. There is always the possibility of some ugly gossip starting that we are catering to the American public, but we buy our buildings from Japan. You know how that thing can be exaggerated and dwelt on by our competitors, and that we are using cheap Japanese labor and fostering that sort of thing. It could build into a big psychological factor. Getting labor to work on buildings that do not carry a union label is another problem. And of course, there's always a chance that tariffs will be changed so that you end up paying more for the building than if you had it here. So it's a very complex thing that I do not feel is important enough to warrant our time, particularly at this moment when we've got much more pressing problems. Saving a few $1,000s on the building is not very important. The only thing that would be good about any kind of a prefabricated building would be to expedite the construction. I now have Jim Schindler, who was chief engineer for Leitner Equipment Company here in Chicago. He was chief engineer for them for about 6 years, and he has started with me on March 1st. He will be in charge of all engineering, construction, signs, and equipment. This is going to help a great deal, and by having better blueprints and refinements, we will be able to expedite the building considerably and, of course, get a better building. The top 10 and additional 5 honorable mention will come out in the next day or two, and you will be amazed to see that Muncie, Indiana, in their first full month of business, were in first place in February with net sales of about $18,500. This is almost $700 a day average for 28 days in February, which is wintertime in Muncie. You will also see an amazing situation where Moline, Illinois, opening on the 3rd of February, losing the 1st and 2nd, which happened to be Saturday and Sunday, ended up with about $13,500 for their first 29 days in business. And again, in the winter month of February. I said 29, I meant 26 days of business. My sister and brother-in-law opened in Lafayette, Indiana, on February the 26th. They're fine. I'll have to contact somebody from the movie studios there to find out what words are better than amazing and colossal. I expect Lafayette will be #1 McDonald's in the month of March, which will be their first month in business. They should be somewhere around $22,000. They had rain or snow or both the first 9 days they were open. They opened on a Wednesday with $605, then $625 on Thursday, and $918 on Friday, $1035 on Saturday, and $940 on Sunday. Last Saturday, which was their second Saturday in business, they did $1,200. Needless to say, my sister and brother-in-law are happy as a couple of kittens. We have a very gorgeous building in Lafayette. I had the building built by the builder who did the building for us in Alexandria, Virginia, and I like it. Drain gutter at the back of the building and a stainless steel downspout. He has radiant going in all the window sills and all of the conduits go through the walls. All of the panels are flush with the wall. All of the electric outlets are flush with the wall set in. And other details that are just for the month of March are #1, two places will be the very newest places, which could very easily be Lafayette and Marine. This has proven to me that the man is out in the country where the people good quality and all that sort of thing. The big cities are not for us. The big cities are too blasé. Don't even turn their head to see a new type of hamburger place. But in towns like I mentioned, they brag about us. They talk about us. They're loyal. They're happy. They're intrigued. And they love us. We make a tremendous impact when we open up in these towns, and we get the benefit, tangibles of word-of-mouth advertising from people who are happy with the service they have received. In those towns is about town. The average sales went up. Up. The first can and prior to was a can. I know that the 15th one showing on the list better than $10,000. We have a new system now for French fried potatoes, which I think you will like very much. Between the sink and the fryers, we have space now to hang some 30 or 35 baskets. After the potatoes are blanched, they are left in the basket and hung to cool, and then they are taken off in the proper order and finished. This eliminates dumping the baskets into pans and handling them and breaking them up so that the potato stays in much better shape and condition. We are moving along very rapidly, and developers put up chain stores and that sort of thing to expedite new locations for us and finance the building and completing a real estate location with our improvement on it, which has been our main drawback. It looks very much as though we should end up the calendar year 1958 with about 150 units open. At least that's our goal. We will not want for operators. It'll simply be a question of whether Franchise Realty Company can keep up with the demands from the right hand for enough. We now have three supervisors with Brett Turner at the head of it. The other two fellows being Tony Felker and Nick Karras. Tony Felker is in Tampa, Florida, which incidentally opened last Friday at noon, and Lake Worth, West Palm Beach, Florida, opened the Friday before that. Nick Karras is out in Boulder, Colorado, where our building will be ready in about 4 weeks, checking on the suppliers for that unit and also supervising the Denver unit. Fred Turner was in Ann Arbor, Michigan yesterday, where we will open in about 4 weeks, and he flew from there to Louisville, where we should open in about 2 or 3 weeks. Well, the difference of opinion as to various processing and certain qualities of product. By controlling that, at least we can get tough, and that's about the only thing they respect is toughness and unrelenting policy on our part that you will do this or else. There is just no compromising with them, because without being their landlord and controlling their lease, there's a constant argument. So from the standpoint of growth on the firmest kind of foundation, the only way that we can positively know that these units are doing what they are supposed to do and using the products they are supposed to use is to make it so that they can have no alternative whatsoever. You can't give them an inch. It's a shame that people are that way, but they are. So we have to accept the animal as it is, and not the way we'd like to have it be. Frankly, it's gotten to that point when people come in and they say they've got the money to buy their own property and put up their own building. We say, well, you can do that, but you've got to lease the whole thing to us, and then we'll sublease it back to you. And of course, they say that's silly, and they don't want to do it. So then we tell them, well, then the best thing for you to do is to open up your own type of business on there. We tell them, frankly, that we simply cannot trust the individual, and that the individual seeking to go into the McDonald business must have respect and trust an organization such as ours. The organization cannot trust the individual. The individual must trust the organization. And if the individual doesn't have that kind of confidence or trust, then he should not go into that kind of business. There is just no other way to handle it, and any other way would be building on a marshy foundation that could collapse at any time. How well you know, as I know, that we would tell somebody to go visit a McDonald unit, and they'd come back and say, well, they're not doing it the way you told me at all. They're using this, or they're doing it this way, and they're doing it this way, and that way. Here I go, well, I'll be talking to you on there, too.
Disc G, April 1958.
Hello, Mac and Dick. It was nice seeing you in town, even though we don't seem to see enough of each other. And I hope that on some of your trips that one of you will be able to go out with one of the field counselor men for a couple of days and just see how they work with these units. I think it would be very illuminating and very interesting to you. In fact, I would like to have both of you spend a couple of days in a car with maybe one with Fred Turner and one with Nick Karras or Tony Felker, John Horn, Ray Sawinski, or one of the boys, as I have done, because then you really get to the heart of the problems. I am sending with this a letter that came in this morning from Don Coffey. It shows Palatine, Illinois, but we show it as Arlington Heights, which it's really a part of. I'm also attaching a copy of a letter I wrote to Don Coffey. This downtown of yours sounds extremely interesting. There are naturally problems with anything that is good. If there weren't problems, everybody and his brother would have been in it some time ago. So usually when we have problems, we know that anybody going into our type of business is going to have at least the same problems we have, and probably greater because of their less experience. The first unit should be in a climate where the front can be completely open and where the floor stays clean, because you have, you don't have snow and ice and sleet and slush that we have here. I would love to see the first unit go up in San Bernardino, and the more I think about it, the more logical it seems. First of all, you know the ropes in San Bernardino. You should be able to get a storefront very easily and at a fair lease because of your reputation and credit in that town. Secondly, you've got the help that you can start off with the best kind of help and experienced help. And thirdly, that you can watch it real closely yourself in an area where you have all the benefits of your name and record of performance and reputation and all that sort of thing. And of course, on top of that, you've got the weather that you can leave that whole front wide open 12 months a year. You've also got all your suppliers, although there would be some modification if you were going to use the mix instead of the hard product for milkshakes, for instance. But the more I think about it, the more it seems logical for me, to me rather, that you are the fellows that's got the idea, and you've got the time to spend with it and perfect it so that we can offer it as a proven item. we are going to have the sales and the gross profit and the labor cost and everything else involved in order to sell it, because otherwise we wouldn't have any facts to deliver. The reason for our rapid growth here is that we took all of the baloney out of the presentation of McDonald's, and we gave them actual, factual P&L statements from definite operations. And of course, Des Plaines was the first one to have these statements, and then they continued to grow. So we've got to have that information and a complete package set up in order to offer a proven, packaged formula. Another factor with us is that, first of all, I don't have the people to do this, and I couldn't very well go to one of our dozen operators and ask him to put in a trial balloon deal. And we don't have the money to do it by ourselves. As a matter of fact, I just got our statement for January, February, and March, and I find that we're losing money faster. I feel I have gone about as far as I can with expansion of the organization, and now I've got to pull in our oars a little bit and stay within our income so that we are operating in the black. The cost of these field men in covering these units at regular intervals and spending a week with them at opening is a very costly thing. And I think I have a good logical reason for demanding that we stay in the black each and every month of the year, whether it's winter, spring, or fall. So as far as we are concerned, I don't see how we can do it, which leaves it pretty much up to you fellas. I think San Bernardino would be far better than considering any place like San Francisco or Oakland, because your labor situation there is very rough due to the fact that it's highly unionized, and real estate in both of those places is very high. I remember Walgreen telling me some years back that San Francisco was the highest labor cost market they had in the entire country. The more I think about this downtowner, the greater the impact becomes in my mind about the quick service carryout, which is like the express checkout counters for a few items in the supermarkets. I think it wouldn't be long before everyone in the area would find out that they could send somebody over to the downtowner and be back in a jiffy with enough food for maybe a half a dozen people. I think this would help the average, because there might be times when the stand-up counter might not move as fast in turnover as it was assumed it would, and where the dollar sale would be relatively small. So the carry-out with high dollar sales and fast turnover should supplement the counter and work out a pretty good average. Well, you left here while we had pretty good weather, but I want to tell you that on Sunday it sleeted, and it was in the high 30s with a strong wind, so that the White Sox and Milwaukee Braves couldn't even play a ball game. It was that bad. Today it's just as bad, although it's stopped snowing, and it's clear, and of course the streets are dry now, but the outlook is the same for tomorrow. So I thought we were all through with the winter weather, but it looks like some of it's come back. Well, that's all I have in my mind for now, and I wish you'd give me your reaction to my suggestions about this downtowner, and let's kick it around some more. Okay, so long for now.
Disc H, June 13th, 1958.
Hi, Mac and Dick. This is Fred Turner talking on Friday the 13th. It's late in the evening, and I'm practically alone in the office as there are only a couple of the girls working. I spent the last hour trying to project some figures on the McDonald Downtowner, which allows 52 Sundays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Day off. I projected my figures on a gross sales of $100,000, which is an average of $323 a day. My projection is the store will operate from 10 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night. As you know, our national average on food and paper costs has been running right around 45% as compared to average the last year. The food cost will be 1.5% higher. It appears that the paper cost will be about 0.5% lower, or 4.5%. The reason I feel it's going to be lower is because we'll have fewer carry-out trays probably, due to the fact that there'll be fewer family orders. There'll naturally be some carry-out to offices and other businesses, but I still feel we'll use fewer carry-out trays, and more of the food will be eaten on premises. So with a 41.5 food and a 4.5 paper, come up with a 46% food and paper cost, or the cost of materials would run 1% greater than normal, or rather 1% greater than in the other operation. You might like to pull out the constructed P&Ls that we sent out recently and compare these costs I'm going to read off with the costs on the $125,000 statement. Projected accounting and legal at $600 a year or $50 a month. Average accounting costs will be running $60, $65, and $70 a month, but this is a trim, neat little operation, and you ought to be able to shop around and get accountants to handle this for $50 a month. Advertising projected at 2% or $2,000. I suspect that the best advertising mediums will be direct mail pieces to offices, retail businesses, small manufacturing concerns, etc. Handbills might be a possibility, but I think we'll have to be careful here or we might cheapen it. There shouldn't be the need for radio and as much newspaper in this type of operation. If an operator has got a McDonald hamburger unit in the same community, then he can split advertising costs between the two businesses. Utilities I project out at $3,000. This is a little higher than I think they're really going to run. Some releases in the downtown area, very possibly there won't be any heat. Certainly electrical will be a lot less because of the smaller sign, fewer neon tubes on the external portion of the building, fewer fluorescent tubes, the gas, water on the fry department, another minor consideration. Insurance I project out at $700, should be a lower premium on plate glass insurance on the sign and external neon, lower liability premium. In some cases there shouldn't be any fire insurance that some of our operators are carrying now, depending again upon the lease, the building or premises we're in. Workman's compensation should be lower. Interest I projected out at $710. Now interest, even on the constructed statements that you're looking at, is on the basis of the first 3 years only. Should be about $400 a year less because of the reduced equipment cost and reduced sign cost that I'll give you my projections on in a few minutes. License fee 1.9%, $1,900. Linen down $500. I made a guesstimate of about 1/3 less linen cost. Maintenance and repair I cut in half. I placed that at $500. Certainly maintenance and repair should be a lot less, and my $500 on maintenance and repair might be a little bit high, and I think my linen might be a little bit high. Operating supplies $500. I took a third off of that. I hung to the third quite a bit through this whole thing, and the reason I came to the third was I figured that we wouldn't have the night shift, which represents about 1/3 of the costs as far as consumptions and utilizations of different materials. Also, Sunday is another factor. Payroll I projected out at $17,600 or 17.6%. Now this might really be a little bit high. I projected on this basis. We have a janitor for 4 hours. He'd come in at 6 or 7 and work till either 10 or 11 o'clock. He would have the floors and the windows to do. He'd have the interior sidewalls of the building to wipe off every day. He'd have all the stainless steel to polish every day. He'd have the ceiling to polish and the light tubes every few days. I think 4 hours ought to do a real good job of this. Incidentally, one of the most appealing things to me about this whole operation is how easy it's going to be to keep it clean and really merchandise it. I've got 3 full-time employees listed that'll work from 9 in the morning till 7:30 at night. That's 10 and a half hours. 3 full-time employees, so that's 66 hours a week apiece. Actually, they probably wouldn't work 4.5 hours straight through, but there might be part-time employees that would share this, but I think those total number of hours for those 3 full-time men would be about right. Another full-time man that works from 11 in the morning till 6 in the evening. He's there for the lunch hour and whatever dinner hour we might have. Got another part-time man just for the lunch hour, coming in at 11 and working until 2. If the McDonald operator doesn't have a time he is operating the downtowner, then he could take the place of the full-time man that works from 11 o'clock until 6 o'clock, or he could take the place of the full-time man that works from 9 to 7:30. And on second thought, he probably would take that shot, in lieu of the fact that it closed so early. So let's exclude, just for a minute, let's exclude the owner and say that he's in addition to the other employees I've listed. That brings us to a total of 282 hours for a week, 6-day week, times $1.20 per hourly rate. Total cost per week is $339, 52 weeks out of the year, $17,600. Honestly, think it's a little strong, but I ran my figures quite conservative all the way through. Payroll tax, around $970 on the basis of 5.5% of payroll. This varies a little bit from one state to another, but if anything, might be a little bit high. Rent, I ran in at $6,000. I'm taking a shot in the dark. I have no idea what these downtown rentals would run. I chose $6,000 because it's 6% of the gross. There shouldn't be any real estate taxes in this case. Scavenger, I ran in high. I ran in scavenger at $1,000 a year. Probably, there wouldn't be an incinerator in the majority of downtown locations. There could be if it was part of a shopping center. So the paper from the operation and the little waste from the operation would have to be a 5 or 6 day a week pickup. Sign maintenance, I cut it by 3/4 of a minute, $200. Telephone running at $300, I cut it by $50. Miscellaneous and office are under $300, I cut it by $50. So total operating costs, $36,780. So the food and paper cost of 46% on a $100,000 volume, they'll leave a gross profit of $54,000 gross profit. Take the $36,780 operating cost off this gross profit, you come up with a net profit before depreciation and officer's salary of $17,220, which is a world beater as far as I'm concerned. Lord, it's certainly amazing. I've got my projection that I'll give you now on the total investment for an individual operator and the initial investment. On the sign projection, which is a pure guess, is $3,500 on the total cost of the sign outside and the arch through the menu board. $3,500 total cost, down payment $500. The equipment I computed at $18,000, which, like the rest of my figures, might be a little bit high. I put 1/3 down, $6,000 down. Franchise realty fee and McDonald fee would remain unchanged, $1,500 for each fee. Security deposit on a lease, I don't know. Again, I don't know how this would run. I would suspect that we can get locations in downtown areas, particularly with maybe 2 or 3 months security deposit on the lease, and in some cases, very possibly without any security deposit on the lease. But I ran in high, figuring outside and figuring conservative. I ran that in at $5,000 for security deposit. Operating capital and the miscellaneous, I ran it at $5,000. So total cost, total investment for the operator totals to $34,500. Initial cost of getting into the business, $19,500. So one more item on the projection of sales and costs. I think the food and paper, not food and paper, but the net, the break-even point on this operation might be $65,000 to $70,000 a year. After leaving Santa Barbara in California, I've naturally given this thing considerable thought, and the more I think about it, the better it looks to me. So the one thing I see that particularly bothers me, and that's that I'm wondering what type of a dinner hour we're going to have. This will naturally vary with types of locations. I'm afraid, though, in a downtown area, in the larger metropolitan areas, that the dinner hour will be a very poor one. I know, for instance, in Chicago Loop, McDonald downtowner would have to close at 5 or 5:30 because there would be very little business after that time. In the smaller communities, take a location like Joliet, Illinois, or a community like Joliet, Illinois. In the downtown area, you could probably merchandise and promote and develop a niche for yourself on take-home for the people who work in the downtown area and who are only 15, 20 minutes at the most from their homes. In Chicago and Pittsburgh and Milwaukee, other cities like that, I think the interim period between the time that they left the office or their place of work and arrived at home would be too great, something in terms of 30, 35, 40 minutes, too great to be able to take food home. So I'm dubious that this portion of the business would be very good in the large metropolitan areas. And an outlying shopping center should be a lot better for the dinner hour. In the smaller communities, to repeat myself, the dinner hour should be all right. A real good, strong possibility for this operation that we didn't discuss, at least it wasn't brought up in my presence, was putting this in the campus or dogtown communities around colleges. Now, I'm thinking specifically of colleges and universities I'm familiar with, like Drake in Des Moines, Iowa, Ames in Iowa City, Iowa. Some of the colleges of 4 and 5 and 6 and 7,000 students in Illinois and Wisconsin, where you could go into an area that would be virtually impossible to locate, and you ought to do one whale of a business. In fact, I think this might be the market location might have the greatest potential. The boardwalk on Atlantic City, as you mentioned, certainly sounds real good, and that ought to do a hell of a volume. If you'd come up with any ideas on my discussion that you want to offer prior to the time of your April visit, suggest you send a sleeve to my home at 2114 North Kedzie, K-E-D-Z-I-E Boulevard in Chicago. And I'll either bring the sleeve down here early in the morning, or I oftentimes stay late at the office. I can play it late. Or sometimes bring the dictaphone home and over the evening or on the weekend. I haven't wavered on my word that I'd tell anyone, but I'll sure be happy when you get here and the idea is laid out on the table. I'm very anxious to see what Ray's reaction is going to be. I've been talking up San Bernardino's operation among the operators since I got back and have awakened some real interest. Psychologically, it's a little upsetting to them when I tell them that I've seen the finest McDonald operation in the country and the best in merchandises and the majority of drive-in restaurants in the country. This awakens a lot of interest, and I've already teased them enough with it that 3 operators are planning to make a trip out to San Bernardino. I wrote about Jim Zion. Jim owns a Criterion restaurant in St. Paul. I heard Ray speak of him. Incidentally, there'll be an operating post on in Haslam Medical in Syracuse Park. So they're outstanding restaurant, a fine job.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to part 3 of 5 of the Ray Kroc and McDonald brothers dictaphone tapes. Tape 3 takes place in the year of 1958, and in this tape, they talk about a new seller of hamburger buns, incompetent competitors, operating inspections, McDonald's old-fashioned pound cake, which is interesting, a McDonald brother tells a joke, copycat McDonald's named Sandy's, properties for future locations, Ray Kroc tells a couple jokes, update on operations contracts and status of the pound cake, and Ray Kroc talks about his trip to Washington, D.C. So a lot of action happening in this tape, and here you go. Enjoy Ray Kroc, McDonald Brothers Dictaphone Tape, Part 3.
Disc I, July 17th, 1958.
Hi, Mac and Dick. Thanks for yours of the 16th. And I sure appreciate your anxiety about this story for Reader's Digest. You undoubtedly have my sleeves giving you some of the answers that probably passed in transit. The thing is that I can't give these stories, these human interest stories, correctly without the parties involved. And also, I don't believe that I can do it legally without getting their permission. This, of course, takes a little time, but I'll certainly expedite it as quickly as possible. So many things you read are filled with so doggone much baloney, and very little of it is truthful information. So we don't have to stoop to that, and I can get it from the horse's mouth. The only thing is these people are probably a little lax in getting it to us, and it's possible that some of them may not want their own story to go into the book. I can't imagine why, but that's possible. If any of them do, we'll get some others. But it's the old story that truth is stranger than fiction. And what we have in there will be the truth. As a matter of fact, that's probably the basis for our entire business, is that we are ethical, truthful, and dependable. This, of course, breeds confidence, and one tells the other that if you want to get into a food franchise arrangement, there's only one, and that's McDonald's. This kind of advertising you can't buy with all the money in the world. It's what you call proof of the pudding and record of performance. As the old Al Smith used to say, let's look at the record. You just have to face it that most of these food franchises are out-and-out rackets. Ours is 100% clean. No one could accuse us of taking kickbacks, commissions, or anything of that kind unless he wanted to face about $1 million slander suit, because I'd throw one at him in a split second. We take absolutely nothing from anyone. So the result is that our operators get this benefit, and these benefits are mounting and mounting. As a, for instance, we just made a deal for the entire state of Florida for buns, which are just as good as the buns used in California or the ones used in Chicago here, 22 cents a dozen. Our operators know which side their bread is buttered on, and the result is that they are cooperative, if for no other reason than for a selfish reason. And when you find a good selfish reason for people to cooperate with you, then you are pretty sure of their cooperation. Lansing, Michigan will run over $30,000 this month, and we should have quite a bunch of them up pretty close to 30. One of the things we do is that if we have what we consider a sort of a sick marginal operation, whether because of management or whatever the condition might be, we throw a couple of men in there and check the medium for advertising, such as billboards, radio, newspapers, shoppers, magazines, direct mail, and all that sort of thing. We just can't afford to have a sick or marginal operation. We've got to whip it, and it's a challenge that we've got to overcome. Unfortunately, this does not apply to the California operations because it just isn't worth the effort out there. But we're not giving up on it, and I think that little by little we'll be able to at least improve it. We are opening Falls Church, Maryland, tomorrow. This is owned by the same fellows that own Alexandria, Virginia. And we have another unit coming along pretty fast in that same area of Virginia, District of Columbia, and Maryland, which should open in the next few weeks. Janesville, Wisconsin will open next Tuesday, and Beloit should open. We had a little lull of, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 weeks on openings due to the fact that we held up blueprints and to revise them and refine them. This is one of the problems when you get into changes, that you must stop everything until you get those changes made. We have a list of contemplated opening dates for quite a number of units, although it's only from one builder and wouldn't be conclusive. But if I can get photostats of that list, I'll close them with this sleeve. I know you are anxious to be kept informed, and I certainly want you to be. However, it is difficult to bring you up to date at any one particular moment because so many things are developing in so many places and so many people are involved. They give you an idea of how this confidence is being built. Our operator in Lansing, Michigan is an old personal friend of mine, Max Hagen, and On Tuesday, I received a check, a cashier's check made out to Ray Kroc for $1,500 from this fellow who said that he talked with Max Hagen and that he knew that Max was a very personal friend of mine and that he wanted to get a franchise going. This morning, we had a check from another party in Lansing who said the same thing. Now, neither one of these people have ever been in this office and don't know me from a bale of hay. And I think that's a great compliment to all of us that we are developing on such a solid foundation. It takes time to build a reputation. And that's why this business has always got to be long range. And why we will not have competition from these short-range, fast buck artists and promoters. Everybody is scared stiff of promoters. We are not promoters. We are business people with a solid, permanent, constructive, ethical program that will be in style 20 years or 30 years from now, even more so than it is today. Howard Johnson, for instance, does not take any percentage of the gross business because he sells them all their supplies. But a great many Howard Johnson units are now bootlegging stuff because the prices being charged them by Howard Johnson are so completely out of line with what they can buy top-grade quality locally that demoralization has set in. And I mean it's set in bad. Howard Johnson is definitely on the way down. The longer our operators are in this business, the more they appreciate their close relationship with us and their partnership with us. That is a very great thing. Fred is doing a great job with his supervisory group and his training program. And here again, it takes time before these people, the operators I mean, realize the benefits of these things. But as they do, they have more and more respect for us. And without respect from our operators, we would be on a very shallow foundation. Incidentally, Fred Turner is now soloing with the plane, and Jim Schindler is taking lessons. So we will eventually have 3 flyers here, and I hope probably 2 planes, because we can certainly cut short a lot of time in inspecting buildings, sites for new locations, and things of that kind with the use of the plane. By the way, I have made arrangements to put in this new item, McDonald's old-fashioned pound cake, in the Chicago area stops about October 1st. This will be a small individual loaf with the open cracked top that is familiar in a pound cake, will be of quality that can be surpassed by no one, and will retail for 15 cents. It will be completely wrapped in cellophane and will be merchandised as not a slice, not a piece, but a loaf. It will have at least 1 week's shelf life. It will break clean so that it's not necessary to use a knife. It will be cute to a youngster, feminine to a woman, and still mannish to a man. It will be a sweet roll, a coffee cake, a cupcake, a cookie, and will be a wonderful coffee break item, plus an item that people can buy by the half dozen or dozen and keep in their deep freeze or on their pantry shelf, although on the shelf it would have a limited life. But it'll be ideal for lunch boxes, for backyard picnics, church suppers, and many things. It will wear well. It will not be too sweet or too rich. It will be a neutral type of thing without any frosting. It will appeal to all ages and all tastes. People can cut it in half and put strawberries or ice cream on it, and I predict it will be a great thing for us. Everyone around here is tremendously enthused because we've had samples of them up here for everyone to taste, and everyone is very high on it. I predict we will have units that will sell as many as 1,000 of them in one day. It will cost 7.5 cents delivered and will retail for 15 cents, which will mean if we reach that volume, that there would be a $75 gross profit, of which it would all be net profit because there is no processing or cooking involved. We plan to have a very attractive oval silver platter or tray with these piled up for display, but the window men would actually work them out of a box under the counter. It will require no extra help or extra expense. It is my feeling that because of this item that we will eventually be able to open at 10 o'clock in the morning. While I'm thinking about this, I'm going to ask the outfit that will make them for us to send you 3 of them on Monday. I hope you will like them and that you will be as optimistic about this item as I am. On the 1st of October, when we introduce them first in the greater Chicago area, I plan to put in an ad in the Chicago Tribune which will say "new at McDonald's." This, in my opinion, is better than any donut that was ever made and will wear far better because it's baked and not greasy and digests well. I thought I was going to send you about 1/3 of a sleeve, and here I am. I just heard the bell ring, so I'll sign off. So long for now. By the way, if I have room left on the sleeve, I wanted to tell you that this outfit will make a delivered price anywhere in the United States via Railway Express at 7.5 cents. I think it would apply to
Disc J, September 1958.
Hello, Ray. We're just getting ready to leave for Fresno, and we received your sleeve concerning those Weisenheimers in Urbana, Illinois. So we will sign and get those papers back to you just as soon as we receive them out here. Incidentally, if I start to laugh during this, it'll be because of that goddamn story about the oatmeal that you told. And incidentally, while it's still in my mind, and perhaps you've heard this story, but poor old Paddy Sullivan was having nothing but trouble. He'd been laid off, and about 6 of his kids had been sick. Everything had gone wrong for him, and he finally went down to see his priest. And he told his priest that he was going to have some kind of financial help. He was really in trouble. So the priest listened to him and told him, "Now, Pat," he says, you've got to pray, he says, and pray more. Well, Pat says, "My gosh," he says, I prayed so much, he says, "I've got the skin all worn off my knees." Well, the priest said, you've got to just pray harder. I tell you what you do. You go home and write a nice letter to God, he says, and tell him all your troubles. And he says, I'm sure that he'll help you out. So Pat goes home and he takes a shot of whiskey and sits down and writes this long, pitiful letter to God and told him he just simply had to have $100 and he needed it right now. So he seals the envelope up and he doesn't know how to address it. So he finally just puts a big G on the envelope and goes down to the mailbox and drops it in. Well, when the letter carrier got a hold of it and just saw this sort of a funny-shaped G on it, he didn't know who to take it to. So this letter G sort of sonic emblem, so the letter carrier thought, well, there's no return address or anything on this envelope. I'll take a chance and drop it off at the Masonic Lodge. So that night at the Masonic Lodge meeting, the Grand Poobah got up in front of the Masons and he said, before we get into a regular business meeting here tonight. He says, here's a letter that I want to read you. He says, some poor old boy that's really in trouble, and he says, let's see if we can help him out a little bit. So he said, let's take up a collection and send it to poor old Patty. So they took up this collection, and they collected $50, and they mailed it to Pat. Well, a couple of days later, Pat received the money, and boy, he was mighty grateful. So he sat down and he wrote a thank you letter to God, and he says, "Dear God," he says, "I want to thank you for the money you sent me, and it sure is going to come in handy." And he went on for about 3 or 4 paragraphs, and finally he said, "There's just one thing," he says. "The next time that you send me any money," he says, "I wish you'd send it to the Knights of Columbus." He says, "Through the Knights of Columbus," because he said this last money he said you sent through the Masons, and he says those damn Protestants stole half of it. Ray, we had a little idea that we thought might have perhaps some merit to it, and we'll pass it on and see what you think about it. But each year, you know, the movies have the Motion Picture Academy Awards, and they give out these Oscars to the different winners. Well, we were wondering, following this same sort of thinking, if once a year, and it might not be a bad idea to do it at about Academy Award time, but we give not gold Oscars, but gold Speedies to winners in certain categories, such as, of course, there would be the number 1 McDonald unit in sales. But probably even more important than this would be categories such as, the unit that was considered to be the cleanest unit. There might be an award for the franchise holder who did the most in a civic way, or helping out Boy Scout groups, or working on community chest deals and all that sort of thing. There might be another Gold Speedy awarded for the unit who had the personnel with the all nicest personalities, or were the group that was the most courteous toward the customers, and certain things like that. We could probably give an award for the unit that showed the greatest increase in sales percentage-wise. A unit had the greatest gross sales in, say, cities of 50,000 or under. Another one might be for the smartest advertising campaign. And there are many other such categories that could be taken care of. We feel that this might give all of the boys, all of the franchise holders, quite a little shot in the arm, and if one didn't win any sort of an award for a couple or 2 or 3 years, he would be in a position to call his manager and his personnel together and say, "Listen, this year, by God, we're going to go out for an award, and let's all get on the ball and cooperate on this thing, and let's shoot for one of these Oscars." Now, we can't help but feel, Ray, that it would stir up quite a bit of interest among the boys, and particularly as award time came around each year, it would kind of pep up everybody. These little gold Speedies could be very attractive, and the placard that he holds in his hand could be where we could have the engraving done as unit such and such awarded such and such in honor, and so forth. Anyhow, we thought it was worth bringing up, and drop us a line when you get a chance to let us know what you think about it. Incidentally, we will also check on Widmeyer's Riverside operation and get that information back to you too, Ray. We'll get on our way, and we'll sign off for now. Goodbye.
Hey, Mac and Dick. First of all, I enjoyed the story very much, and I'll add that to my repertoire. Your thought about an award is very constructive, and we'll certainly keep that in mind in the developments of the future. I might point out that I'm planning to set up a prize of $1,000, which will probably be in the form of a trip to Honolulu or Paris or South America or something of that kind, with the hope that maybe we might circumvent normal income tax deductions, although that would have to be taken up. And the trip would be for the owner and his wife. The prize would be for the greatest exterior decorating for a McDonald's. It is my hope that McDonald's in the future will be known as McDonald's patios rather than drive-ins. Drive-ins is a rather all-inclusive name that takes care of everything from a dirty old drive-in theater to any kind of a joint, and there's nothing very complimentary about the term drive-in. Whereas a patio is something that is smart and dignified, and you don't use that term unless you can back it up. Jim Schindler will in the future, with a plot plan of a particular spot that we're going to use for a location, he will put in planters at the corner and maybe a rock garden thing at the back corner and things of that kind, so that it will resemble a patio and a park-like atmosphere. This can be done with indirect lighting of little mushroom lights and plantings and ground covering and possibly little wildflowers that don't need too much care. At any rate, that's the idea. Exterior decorating with trees, shrubs, lighting, and everything that goes with it. We would make this award about the 1st of July of each year. Now, certain areas like California or Florida would have an advantage over the northern areas, but only from the standpoint of flowers. The original ideas of exterior decorating would be universal. That is, everyone, regardless of the climate, would have the same opportunity. Now, a lot of these things will be taken care of in a number of ways when we can get a monthly house organ, which will go to the owners and managers every month of the year. This would automatically carry the first 10 with the honorary additional 5 in sales, high sales each month, the first 10 in percentage of increase each month, and would give little intimate facts about various families who operate McDonald's and their children and the human interest stories that go with it, the unusual orders. Like, for instance, Boulder, Colorado had an order for 500 hamburgers at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to go up to a mountain resort that is about an hour away from Boulder. Being 4 o'clock in the afternoon for the order allowed them to build this thing up after the lunch hour was over, and they did a beautiful job of it and got a great compliment from the party that bought them because they were able to keep them hot for an hour until they got there. In this monthly magazine, we would award in print the extraordinary efforts of owners and managers, and while no particular trophy would accompany the award, the pride of the owner would be satisfied with his recognition. We would, of course, have photos of, for instance, places that had done a beautiful job of exterior decorating, awnings, or any embellishments that are extraordinary, so that the monthly house organ would take care of many of the bulletins that we now send out, and would be extremely interesting reading to each and every owner and operator if the fellow's interested in the business. And if he isn't, then of course we should get rid of him. You'll be interested in getting the top sales for July and the top percentage of increases. I think the top percentage of increase is 45 or 48%. And the lowest in the top 10 of percentage of increases over July of 57 is about 21% increase. I just have a call coming in from Frank Cotter, so I'll put the call in, and before I finish this leave, I'll let you know what he had to say. Mac and Dick, I just talked with Frank Cotter, and I'm a little upset because Frank Cotter talks with me as though I was some stranger, and he's going to dot the I's and cross the T's and be very careful. And frankly, I don't like it. He doesn't seem to realize the close relationship between us two and the trust we have in each other. And in fact, he doesn't seem to understand our business one iota. So I told him that I would rewrite the paragraphs in the contract the way I would like to have them, and I will send them to you, and then I would suggest that you discuss them with Frank in person. I'm going to Minneapolis this afternoon, but when I get back, I'll rewrite those paragraphs the way I feel they should be done. I was amazed when he tried to justify the fact that 20 years was long enough on the contract between us. I'm afraid that boy's got a lot to learn. So long.
Disc K, September 1958.
Hello, Mac and Dick. I was in Peoria, Illinois yesterday because of a situation that has developed relative to our operators in Urbana, Illinois. The fellows who incorporated the Urbana-Champaign McDonalds are opening a place in Peoria called Sandy's, and they have copied the interior of our building right to the letter. They are using the same menu and the same prices, although they have their own type of menu board, but essentially the interior is the same as ours. They have used mosaic tile on the outside and mosaic tile on the center wall facing the outside. They have left the benches off of the building, but they have extended the counter wide all the way around on three sides, so that it looks as though it's a kind of a stand-up counter for customers to use, which should create quite a mess, I hope. I have known about this for some time, but they are just about ready to open, and when I went there yesterday to look the place over and consult with the local attorneys down there that we have hired, I gave the place a good thorough going over, and there's no question but what they have copied are equipment layout and menu and so forth. The exterior of the building is entirely different. The roof line and treatment, so that the exterior of the building does in no way look like a McDonald building. But the interior is the same. They were blacktopping, so I suppose maybe they might open today or possibly Monday or Tuesday. Now, I hired attorneys in Peoria by the name of John Cassidy Sr. and John Cassidy Jr. This John Cassidy Sr. used to be the state's attorney for the state of Illinois, is widely known as a trial lawyer, and very highly recommended. As you know, our franchise states that they cannot be involved in a similar or a like business in the state of Illinois or any state contiguous to Illinois. And of course, they have breached this part of the franchise contract. They have a different corporation over there known as Sandy's Incorporated, but the incorporators are the same. Our franchise was signed by the owners of Champaign-Urbana individually, but later on they formed a corporation, although I don't believe that they had written consent from this office to do so. At any rate, we are going to sue Sandy's Incorporated of Peoria and McDonald's Champaign-Urbana and all of the individuals. They will all be named in the suit.
Now, in order to strengthen this suit, and because of the fact that our franchise has been assigned to you in California, it is necessary that we sue in a federal court. Incidentally, suit in a federal court is brought up much quicker than it is in a local court, and also you're not subject to the emotions and political pressure of local judges. In addition, the case takes on a little broader aspect and sort of strengthens the suit in that respect. The Cassidys, after looking over the franchise, and incidentally, they have had all the papers on this for about 3 weeks, studying it over, and in addition, have a photostatic copy of the direct lease made by the Urbana Group with the landlord, who is very friendly with us. In the lease the landlord has with the operators, it specifically states that the building is for the sale of hamburgers, cheeseburgers, and so forth, as defined by the license obtained from McDonald's System, Inc. In other words, the building is specifically for the purpose of a McDonald operation. Now, the thing I want to accomplish is the revoking of the franchise in Urbana, but not just removing the McDonald name and Speedy, but getting them out of the operation by having the landlord cooperate with us and foreclosing their lease when we revoke the franchise. Of course, I'm going to see that the landlord is taken care of by getting more rent from our new franchise operator. So he will have a selfish interest, and the rent will be an extra couple of $1,000s a year, so naturally the landlord will be on our side. We are building a unit in Peoria, and we will take care of these boys in a competitive way in Peoria. And I'll be very happy to have them in Sandy's rather than in McDonald's, because they have been absentee owners in Urbana, and while the place has done fairly well, they have not shown any basic interest in the thing other than investors. And I'm sure we can do a lot more volume in the future with an interested owner. I'm not going to allow anything to happen in the rest of the country that happened in California, with Whitmire selling there at Washington Street and taking down the McDonald's sign in Riverside and that sort of thing. I'm going to hit them with a suit fast and get the respect of our operators in knowing what they're up against if they try any shenanigans. Now, of course, we are eliminating that in the future because of the fact that we control the lease. But in those cases where we do not control the lease, which is the case in Urbana, if any monkey business starts, we're going to slap them with a federal suit. Now, the reason a federal suit is allowable is because the franchises are all assigned to you, and your residence is in California, which makes a federal suit possible. If the franchise was not assigned to you, then we would have to sue them in the local courts in the state of Illinois, and we could not go to a federal court. Now, it will be necessary for you to sign some papers, and these papers will be in your hands in about a week. I will get them first and will mail them to you, and it will be necessary that the president and the secretary and treasurer of McDonald's Self-Service System Incorporated sign them and return them to me pronto. You will not have to appear, and we will bear whatever expense is involved. So please don't delay when you get these papers, because there's one thing for sure, that once we beat one of these boys and we've got the verdict on our side, we are going to get far greater respect. And that's the one thing that we need. It'll put an expensive fear in their hearts if they try any monkey business. But if we tolerate it and we turn our head the other way, we are doomed. Now, to get on a more pleasant subject, the agates were
kicked out of first place in the month of July, and 4320 North Cicero went into first place with a total of $32,600 and some odd dollars. Agate is second with $31,900, and third and fourth is somewhere in the $30,000. You know, Agate has been pretty cocky because he doesn't spend a nickel for advertising, and said he didn't have to. But Bill Barr at 4320 North Cicero has spent a lot of money for advertising, and it has really paid off for him. So this will kind of probably change Agate's attitude a little bit, and it'll be good for him. He's been the front runner for too long. The volume is continuing to grow, and I'm sure will continue to do so. And our list of franchise applications continues to grow, and we are closing more and more real estate properties. Central Standard Life Insurance Company has made a commitment to us, which will probably go for 100 buildings. And Charles Schrager, who built all of the Jewel T supermarkets in the Chicago area, has come in on the same basis for a commitment which will probably run to 100 buildings. In both cases, the property will be bought and the building put up. So this is going to expedite our situation as far as properties are concerned, because now we can go out and buy the property and put earnest money up on the basis that the purchase is subject to acceptance by our mortgage source, which we call them, and then they send someone out, and as soon as they okay it, then it's a deal. I noticed that Bob Dondenville and Reseda hit 19,000 in July, so Bob is coming along pretty good. He is a character, but I will say one thing for him. He is pretty tenacious, and he likes the business, and he spends a lot of time with it. I've now got him doing a lot of local advertising, in that the Los Angeles group is never going to work as a group, so he is now on his own advertising locally. I hope to get him to put up a few billboards on the main road there and do some direct mail advertising in addition to the local newspaper. He'll break 20,000 pretty soon. I'm hopeful that Art Bender is going to be getting that volume up, and I have a lot of confidence in Art, so I'm sure it's just a matter of time. I've gotten several pieces of mail from Roger Williams at Downey, and I think he's trying to play footsie, but he's on my blue list, and he's going to stay there. I had a hell of a deal worked out with all of those people on buns, and Roger and Bud fouled it up, so now they can row their boat by themselves. They will never get any help from me. If they think they've got more purchasing power and are smarter at buying than we are with 60 or 70 places, they'll have to learn the hard way. I had no reason to help them except that they could throw their volume in with the rest of them, but as long as they put on a double cross, they're going to have to live with it by themselves. I am settling the Jack Widmeyer situation in Riverside, and I'll let you know what the final settlement is when I get it. I would appreciate it if you are in the neighborhood, if you will drive by Widmeyer's place in Riverside and notice the menu board inside the front room and the electric sign and the front soffit sign to see that he has removed all McDonald identifications. Well, that's about all for now, except I've heard a couple of cute Catholic stories that I think you might enjoy. One is about two fellas traveling on a train sitting behind two nuns. And the first fellow says to the second fellow that he was going to take a trip. And the fellow says, "Where are you going to go?" He says, "Well, I think I'll go to Italy." "Oh," he said, "my goodness, you don't want to go to Italy? There's nothing but Catholics there." The other fellow said, "Oh, is that so?" "Well," he said, "Okay, then I'll go to Spain." "Oh, my goodness, that's worse." He said, "Boy, they wouldn't even let you get off the boat there." "Oh," he said, "is that?" "Well," he said, "then I'll go to Mexico." "Oh," he said, "that's the final straw." He said, "That's the worst place in the world." So with that, the nun turned around to him and said, "Pardon me, but why don't you go to hell? There's no Catholics there." The second one is about a monastery where the monks are not allowed to speak a word except if the abbey addresses them.
Disc L, October 20th, 1958.
Hello, Mac and Dick. You'll have to excuse me for being tardy with this sleeve because I have been literally snowed under since I got back from that week's trip.
there is just no let-up for us. Our list of operators on the waiting list is getting longer, but we're making good progress. We concluded 6 leases this week, and believe you me, that's a tougher job than selling 200 franchises. We are beginning to get some big investment money, and this is the thing that we really need. As a matter of fact, Harry is having dinner tonight with a fellow who has monies up to $2 million. Now, whether we can get part of it or all of it is a big question. Of course, we don't want it, but we want it put into brick and mortar and ground for us. We opened Islip, New York, that's Bay Shore, Long Island, on October 15th, East Lansing on the 18th, and Memphis, Tennessee on the 21st, which was yesterday. And we will open Toledo on the 27th and Canton, Ohio on the 29th. We will open Forest Heights, Maryland on the 1st of November, and Levittown, Pennsylvania, and Kalamazoo, Michigan on November the 5th. We have about 15 more units which will open up in the next 30 days. Our operators, generally speaking, are doing almost as well as they did in September. A few of them will even go ahead of September. The pound cake is doing pretty well, not as well as I expected, but I think I expected too much. The bakery shipped out 8,600 pieces last Friday, which was their record day on pound cake, so you see that it is growing. Now, it's my feeling that the brand new units that start out with the pound cakes will give us the really true picture, because the new people coming in for the first time will see not only hamburgers and french fries, but the pound cake as well, and it'll be part of our permanent menu. This should give us a good picture of the growth potential of this item. I told you I received the amendment to the contract, which I appreciate your expediting, and I will get to this just as quickly as I can. The one thing I notice in there is that we have to have your approval for anybody going in as a corporation, and that is perfectly all right with me, and I presume that you will approve in most cases and will get it right back to us. Some of the operators we have considerable personal wealth and don't want to involve this in the McDonald unit, where possibly their brother is going to be the actual full-time operator, but they are putting up the money. We hope to hold these type of things to the very minimum, because we would much rather have an individual who would sign the franchise as an individual than we would a corporation. Now for my trip, and I'll try to fill in the details as best I can remember them. There were about 75 in all of prominent business people and executives from all over the country. And we had a reception at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. at 5 o'clock on Sunday, October the 5th. Believe me, there were a lot of brass there in the way of generals and commanders and every description, including General Brucker, Secretary of the Army, and others of the elite. They know, of course, that the 5th of October was my birthday, so they announced it was my birthday and put a birthday cake on the table at which I was seated, and all sang happy birthday to me, so I got off to a real good start. We left the hotel at 8 o'clock on Monday morning and went to the Pentagon, where we got a briefing by General Taylor, Chief of Staff. From the Pentagon, we went to Quantico, the Marine base,
where we had lunch and then saw a Marine sham battle that afternoon. And at night, they had a cocktail party and reception and at the general's home, and a very fine dinner afterward in their headquarters dining room. And we left Tuesday morning for Norfolk, where we were taken out on submarines about 30 miles out in the ocean and made 4 dives under the ocean and had lunch and dinner on the submarine. We got back in that night about 9 o'clock and then had a reception at the Admiral's home. We left Norfolk on Wednesday morning and flew in 2 Army Convair planes to Eglin Air Base in Florida, where they demonstrated how they stop planes on board a carrier, which is quite exciting because these planes come in at a high speed and drop a hook which catches a cable. And it must be quite a shock to that pilot when that plane is literally jerked from under him to a stop. They put on a terrific air show for us and had all of the very latest planes for us to inspect. That night they had a very fine dinner with excellent entertainment and had all of the officers and their wives there, along with the general in charge of the base. The next morning, we had a briefing session by some of the generals and colonels, and then saw more air demonstrations, and finally left there for Fort Benning, Georgia, which is the paratrooper headquarters and also the headquarters for the Rangers, which are the elite of the infantry. This is where we really saw the whole thing on an all-out basis. They put on a demonstrative battle during the day, and then they put one on at night using tracer bullets and tracer bombs, and it was extremely colorful and very exciting. We saw Rangers demonstrate hand-to-hand battles where they have no weapons whatsoever, where they use jiu-jitsu and wrestling tactics and their knees and their feet and anything they can use, plus showing us how they climb a straight-sided wall and how they come down that straight-sided wall, and even how they carry an injured comrade down the wall. And then they showed how they crawl over a trestle, and they had fake bombs going into the water, throwing geysers all over them while they're walking over this trestle, which was about 35 feet high, and which is only about 1 foot wide. And then they crawl up a rope about 10 feet to a long rope strung out, which they hang like a monkey with their hands and their feet twined around it, and hitch themselves forward, and finally drop down into the water about 35 feet below. And then they had a long cable from a big high tree with a platform, and this cable must have been about 200 feet long, tapered downward, and they fix like a trolley on this cable, and they come down at a terrific speed and drop into the water just before the end of the cable. These Rangers are in tremendous condition and hard as steel and really are wonderfully fit. I sure would hate to run up against one of them as an enemy on a dark night. We saw a lot of paratroopers, and we saw how they teach them the rudiments of parachute jumping, and then they demonstrated how they jump out of planes and they finally ended up with about 150 parachutists attacking a point on a planes, one falling after the other from a height of about 1,500 feet out of helicopters. They also showed how they dropped mortars and tanks and very heavy equipment from helicopters. That is, they don't drop, well, they did drop a few of them by parachute, but those were the lighter pieces of equipment. They dropped supplies and ammunition and light weapons by parachute from these helicopters, but the big tanks and things of that kind came out of the belly of the helicopter. After the helicopter sat down, the two big doors opened up and they run the equipment right out and the helicopter takes right off again. Then they took us for a ride in one of the great big helicopters, which is not too comfortable. It's awfully noisy and a lot of vibration, but they can carry about 100 men in those helicopters. The last night in Fort Benning, our group, which was the gold group, and incidentally they had broken up these 75 men into 4 groups, the gold, red, white, and blue. And I was in the gold group. So we were the honor group at Fort Benning on Saturday night. And it was our turn to put on a little skit. Well, we were fortunate in that Bud Collyer, you know Bud Collyer in television of To Tell the Truth and a lot of those programs. Well, incidentally, he's the brother of June Collyer, whom you probably remember from the movies, who is married to Stu Irwin. Well, this Bud is a terrific guy and an amazing person for a fella in show business because he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, and he drinks milk for breakfast and teaches a Sunday school class on Sunday. So he was our spokesman and our leader. And on Saturday night, after the banquet given for us by the general of Fort Benning, our group went out and we put on steel helmets and yellow scarves over our collar and tie, which was our gold group insignia. And we had Bud Collyer all fitted out in a World War I jacket with a lot of gold hash marks down the sleeve and about 200 medals all over the front of it, and an old Teddy Roosevelt type of hat turned up on one side, and a big long cigarette holder in his mouth. And we carried him in where he was sitting tailor fashion on a stretcher. So when we got in, we all lined up, and our sergeant called us to order and told us to count off. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. The sergeant went up to the fellow that said 1 and said to him, "Are you 1?" And this fellow said to the sergeant, "Yes, I do 1 too." Well, after this and a couple of more humorous little skits that Bud had worked up, I played the piano and we all sang "The Army Goes Marching Along" with some special parodies. After which the general said that dinner was adjourned and that liqueur and Saratan and Geritol were available in the lobby. Well, I had a marvelous week, and I learned a great deal, and it did me a lot of good to get away into something entirely different. Mac, I'll be anxious to see you and Dick when you get here and to see your friend that you wrote me about. I'm sure I can find a place for both he and his wife to work together if they are flexible about where they are willing to live. I'll be anxious to see him at that time when you're here. So long for now. I'll be talking to you again pretty soon. Goodbye.
Welcome to part 4 of 5 of the Ray Kroc and McDonald brothers dictaphone tapes. Over this entire tape, Ray is going to talk about franchisee compliance problems, and then Ray talks about the McDonald's System Inc. and its future with a contract with the McDonald brothers, competition from other 15-cent hamburger stands, Ray Kroc's vacation schedule, discussing the name of the mascot and its meaning, the all-American meal of a hamburger, fries, and a milkshake, adding a dining area inside McDonald's restaurants, and new franchisees and the problems that come with growing. Everything you'll hear in this tape is from 1958, and as you listen, you will hear how Ray Kroc is putting in so much work. All right, guys, enjoy.
Disc M, October 1958.
Hello, Dick and Mac. Well, I just hung up from talking with John Cassidy in Peoria, Illinois, who is calling Frank Cotter. He is sure that he can discuss it with Frank out where there is absolutely no liability on your part. So contact on Wednesday on another matter, and he will not be in touch with me before then, but at that time he will give me the benefit of his discussion with Frank Cotter. Now, when I got your letter, I was very, very much disturbed because I thought that you felt I had done something to hurt you and to ignore you in this matter. Now, nothing is further from the truth. As a matter of fact, it is the direct opposite. I didn't want to have you worried or concerned about something, and I didn't want you involved, and that was the reason for not bringing it to your attention. First of all, it's very difficult to talk about something that is that far away from you and where you don't have the understanding of what happened from the day that place opened and the progressiveness of the thing and why they opened in Peoria and all of the things involved. In the next place, even my attorneys here in Chicago felt that they could not do the case as well. The attorney in Peoria, who was formerly the Attorney General for the state of Illinois, inasmuch as Sandy's are being sued and they are in Peoria, and the owners all live in Kewanee, which is in the same county as Peoria is. My attorneys in Chicago said that we have a very excellent case and that they didn't feel there was any question of the outcome, but that they felt that this John Cassidy could do a better job and better servicing of it down there than they could in Chicago. So they were giving me the benefit of their thinking in the matter and were completely unselfish. Well, now you can see in getting Frank Cotter involved where he knows absolutely nothing about it. And when my attorneys in Chicago feel that a better job can be done by Cassidy and Peoria, even though they are very familiar with our business, you can see why Frank Cotter could not offer anything constructive in the situation. So I simply felt, well, why get you involved and why get him involved when we are going to see to it that the thing is done the way you would want it done, the way I want it done. God damn it, we are not going to stand for any monkey business. These guys are going to sign a franchise. By God, it's a matter of buyer beware. Once they sign it, they are going to conform, and we are going to hold to it that they do conform. We've got this franchise now so goddamn tight that they can't budge, and that's the way it was meant. But as we talked today on the telephone, it isn't worth a damn if somebody isn't going to follow through and police it and make the effectiveness of the franchise work. So for heaven's sake, don't have any thoughts in any other direction except that we have complete faith in one another and trust in one another, and that what I do to the best judgment that I can put back of it, and sincerity and conscientiousness. And whether an attorney understands it or believes it is unimportant as long as we believe in each other. If I had a matter coming up in the Los Angeles area and you were willing to take it over for me, I wouldn't even ask a question of you. I know that you would do the best that you knew how for our mutual advantage. These attorneys get mixed up with wanting to be business counselors, and they seem to want a carte blanche authority that nobody does anything in the business unless they ask their permission. Well, such a thing is ridiculous for the few minutes that they think about their client's business. Now, in thinking about this, Dick and Mac, and I hope to hell you have enough faith in me to know that my interests are your interests and vice versa. Believe me, I am not in anything 1,000th of 1%. I'm in it 100%. I feel that the name McDonald's is just as proud to me as it is to you. But actually, it seems to me that in developing this thing in the future, that you would want a contract with the McDonald's System Inc. and me, so that you will get a 0.5% of total sales forever and ever. And as far as you are concerned, that's it. That we will operate the business according to the basic design and basic standards, but that the franchise would come from this office. In other words, if there's a long-term contract between McDonald's System Inc. and the McDonald brothers, then it would seem to me that things should be worked out so that the lawsuits, injunctions, and protection of design and copyrights and things of that kind should fall on our shoulders, and we should be able to go ahead with them whenever needed, according to our best judgment, without any involvement of yourselves. In fact, you don't even have to know about it unless you want to know about it. I don't have to tell you there are 1,001 headaches in this business as there is in any other business. And you never hear about them. And I'm not going to cry on your shoulder about some little things that are bothering us. I don't take them home and tell my wife and family about them. I either find an answer or I sweat them out, or I consult with advisors or something until I find the answer. I'm perfectly willing to speak for my organization that each and every one in here will shoulder his responsibilities and will fight these things through to whatever degree they need to be done with. And there is no reason for you to be involved in any of these things unless you want to be. Certainly, you are never going to be circumvented. Your thoughts and ideas as the designer and the molder of the die for this business is indelible. It'll last forever. And there are going to be hundreds, and I hope thousands, of operators who will be forever grateful to you for developing the baby that is paying them such a fine income. This is your business, and you are free to access anything, any records, any part of this business that you want to look over or see or examine. And of course, anything in the way of advertising and bulletins and so forth will go to you first among all the distribution to the units. And let's not, whatever we do, allow any attorneys to ever come between us for whatever reasons they may have. This is going to be probably one of the most competitive businesses in the United States. One may think they have seen a lot of custard stands, but these custard stands are going to be nothing compared to the 12, 15, 18-cent hamburger places that are going to be throughout the country. It is going to be a real dog-eat-dog competition. And we have the only real solid approach to this business. The other ones are going to die like flies. They're rackets. They're fast buck deals. They're promotions. They're going to copy us. And I'm sending along with this a clipping from the Cincinnati paper, which gives you an idea of what Henry's are doing. They just sold the entire state of Ohio to a strictly promoter. I happen to know this fellow Goldman from Chicago, As a matter of fact, he was in here some 6 months or a year ago and demanded that we turn over an entire state to him, which I said was out of the question. But our policies, our sound way of doing things is paying off. And we have the respect of top-notch people. Notice the clipping from Carol's Drive-Ins. That's a branch of Tasty Freeze. And I think I sent you clippings of ads for Chef Burger, which is developed by General Equipment Company, makers of Santa Serve machines from Indianapolis, and Golden Point, both of which are 15-cent hamburgers. So we've got a real job to do, and we can't afford to let anything get in our way. I now know of 4 15-cent hamburger deals, being Henry's, Carol's, Chef Burger, and Golden Point. And heaven knows how many more there will be. And they're going to be run loose as a goose. Those fellows are going to do any doggone thing they want to do, and the owners of the name are just going to let them do anything they want to as long as they're getting money out of it. It'll be a survival of the fittest. And I'm just as sure as I'm sure that I'm dictating this sleeve, that we are going to be at the top of the list of the fittest. I know that we have the only real, clean, honest franchise. It may be stricter on the operator, but he'll be in business a hell of a lot longer, and he'll respect us for disciplining him and for not letting him get lost with the involvement of a lot of items on the menu that on the surface look like they'll make a profit, but that would eventually kill them. And also because we won't allow our operators to serve garbage, which is what most of them are going to do in this thing. They're going to serve a chocolate milkshake that's got the chocolate right in the mix. They're going to serve frozen hamburgers that got onions ground right into the meat, frozen pre-blanched potatoes, frozen shrimp, frozen chicken, frozen tamales, and some kind of okle-dokle root beer, and probably Pepsi-Cola, and dear knows who's orange. A real schlock operation. I hope you hear from Frank Cotter tomorrow, or possibly today. But if you don't hear from him by the time you get this sleeve, please call him, as I'm anxious to get this thing underway and brought to a good end. You know, those dirty rats went over to Peoria, and as I told you, they copied the interior design of our building and our equipment layout, and now we're going to open in about 2 months in Peoria, but they haven't helped us any. I'm sure we can handle ourselves competitively with them, but they are the first 15-cent hamburger place to open in Peoria, and it doesn't do us any particular good. I know that we may not be the first to open in a lot of places with 15-cent hamburgers. That's all right, because we've got better stuff, and we'll show the other people up. But in that particular case, I am incensed about it because of their method of doing so and of breaching their promise and their franchise contract. So long for now. I'll talk to you later.
Disc N, November 1958.
Hello, Mac and Dick. I got your note of the 24th, Mac, about you're getting into the Edgewater on Saturday, November 8th. Also, that Dick will go right on to New Hampshire. Now, I've got a little problem, Mr. Anthony. Number one, I have a date to go down to Alabama with 7 other fellows for either the 13th or 14th of November for about 4 or 5 days. This is a kind of a potash and perlmutter club we have that we get away once a year for a kind of a long weekend, usually leaving Thursday night and getting back Tuesday morning or something of that kind. And this year we're going to Point Clear, Alabama, which is on Mobile Bay and where they have a real good golf course. All we do is play 18 holes of golf and play some cards and have a little relaxation. this reservation's been made for about 4 months. And when you try to get 8 fellows all together at the same time, it's quite a problem. So that I'm concerned about being here when Dick gets back. Would there be any chance of you pushing your date ahead by a week, or doing it a week sooner? Or if Dick does get back, can you folks wait till I get back, which will be about the 18th? Now, if for any reason that this doesn't work out with your plans, then would it be possible for Dick to stay here a couple of days before going on to New Hampshire? Please kick it around and let me know how we can work it out. I'd like to get a chance to run your friend down to Lafayette, Indiana, while he is here, so that he could meet my brother-in-law, Hank Grove, who has the unit there, and my sister. But it's not necessary that I go along. I could tell him how to get there, which he can get there by train, or he can drive. This is the unit I had in mind for him, and I think they would like it there if he and Hank are compatible, and I don't know any reason why they shouldn't be. But it's a good town, conservative town, but it's got Purdue University there, so there's always lots of life and action in the town, and things going on. I think the report for October will be very good, because most of the units are doing about as well as they did in September, and quite a number of them are ahead of September. So on the whole, I believe our overall business will be about the same as it was in September, except we've got more units open so that our actual total gross will be greater. The unit that opened in Memphis is off to a real good start and should be about a $225,000 volume its first year. We got a little mess in Kalamazoo, Toledo, and Canton, all of whom should have opened today, but are delayed a few days by reason of the fact that the builders haven't been paid by the investors, and they won't finish up their work until they get their money. So those are some of the problems in getting these buildings completed and the blacktopping done and all that sort of thing. Man, that part of the business is a tremendous headache. We are having a terrible time with a half a dozen of our buildings where they've got septic systems. These septic systems just never were built for peeling potatoes, particularly where there's sandy soil, because sand, starch, and water make cement. And you know what cement does in a septic system. If we could forget about getting the property and getting the building built and all of the trades involved with it, and the parking lot blacktopped, and the sewer always what it should be, and proper zoning for the sign and driveway permits, it would be a very simple business. But those are the real 20-carat problems. And of course, without a building, we just haven't got a business. Someday, I hope to have our own controlled contracting division, where we have supervisory contractors, and when we take a location, that is, I'm talking about franchise realty now, when they take a location, they go in with their own supervisors and foremen and hire the local labor and put up the building. Why, our building in Kalamazoo, Michigan has taken 6 months to be built. Robert Hall and Kenny Shoes started to build their buildings in Kalamazoo when our building was well under roof. And they opened 10 days ago, and we won't open for another week in Kalamazoo. But they have their own building department, and they send their crews of supervisors and foremen there, and they make deals with the cement crew and the plumbing crew and the electrical and so forth and so on, and they go over the details of the prints, blueprints and all that, and they get that doggone building built in a real short time. We'll eventually whip it, and there's nothing wrong with it except money, because to develop your own building department is quite an expensive thing, but we have to come to it because it's extremely frustrating, where you deal with an out-of-town contractor and he subcontracts to a bunch of subs all this work, and they either don't show up half the time, or they do miserable work, or the contractor doesn't pay them and they walk off the job, and all that stuff. Man, that'd make you white-haired if you let it eat you. I wrote you fellas a letter today on this modification of our agreement, because I can see some problems with this thing of writing you about somebody that's going to sign the franchise as a corporation. First of all, if we write you and ask for permission, I don't see how you could possibly analyze the thing and come to any decision without knowing the parties involved and information of that kind. I also don't like to have anything that is so difficult to live with, where we are jeopardizing an agreement because somebody slipped in writing and asking you for permission, so that we have that in the records. I said in the letter that in a lot of these leases, they are signed by a corporation and by the president of the corporation. Well, where a lease is made for 20 years on that basis, it would be completely inconsistent to have the franchise signed by an individual, because then you'd have two different identities. One is an individual owning the franchise and a corporation owning the lease, whereas they've got to be the same. I would prefer that this be left to my judgment, because, first of all, if a corporation signs a lease and signs a franchise and they're not good operators, and they're in default of their franchise, we are going to not default, but we're going to cancel their lease because they defaulted on their franchise. And another thing is, we're not going to let any corporation control too many McDonald franchises, because I can see the fallacy in that. On the other hand, there are some of these corporations that are operating a number of McDonald units and doing a lot better than a lot of individually owned places, because in that group, they've got their own supervisors and their own general manager for McDonald's. And so Fred Turner's men contact the general manager of the McDonald units and his supervisors and managers, and they're part of an organization, and we get much better cooperation out of them than we do a lot of owners. A lot of these owners we have get hard-nosed, and they've got their little idiosyncrasies, and they get illusions of grandeur, and they start making more money than they ever made in their lives, and they get hard to talk with. And if they're just sloppy and not running a sharp operation, they take any criticism to heart, and this presents a problem, because we've got to get along with them, and at the same time, we've got to upgrade their unit. Whereas if Fred Turner is talking with a supervisor of a corporation that operates 4 or 5 McDonald's, that fella is working for an organization, and he knows darn well that if he doesn't give Fred cooperation, Fred is going to go over his head, and that fella is going to lose his job. I don't know just what Frank's thoughts are in putting that in the agreement, except that he may feel that it would not be well to let any corporate organization control too many McDonald units, which I agree with, or he may feel that I might try to set up a chain under a corporate name, and he wouldn't want that to happen. Well, I agree with his first premise, but I think that it should be handled by our own logic in the matter, because the future of McDonald's is of far more vital concern than it is to any attorney or any outside interest. And we are certainly not going to do anything that isn't the best for yourselves and ourselves in long-range planning. As far as any thoughts of operating a chain of McDonald's, this is completely out of the picture, because we will, and I will, make as much money as I want to make out of this business. And believe me, I'm working 7 days a week and would be looking for more work and responsibilities, like I would be looking for a double hernia, believe me. Well, I see I'm getting near the end of the sleeve, so I'll knock off for the moment. And please don't forget to let me know about your plans. And while I'm gone, you use my office, and we'll get a car for you, or have one of the boys drive you around wherever you want to go. I'm going to make a list of you to see, not only our places, but some of our new competitors. Places of that kind. So long.
Disc O, 1958.
Hi, Mac and Dick. I got your sleeve, and I like your idea about continuing with the character, but not referring to him as Speedy. I think this is a good thought for a number of reasons. First of all, sometimes the service is not speedy. And if we give fast service, which of course is our aim, without telling the people beforehand that it's fast, I think we will get a lot more compliments from them and build more goodwill. It's something like a master of ceremonies in a show who tells you how funny the joke is before he tells it, which immediately puts him on the defense to substantiate the fact that it's the funniest story you've ever heard in your life. And any character of this kind with a name is only as good as the amount of advertising and publicity using the name earns. In the case of Alka-Seltzer, they've done a tremendous job and have sort of added a word in front of Alka-Seltzer, Speedy Alka-Seltzer. And people who see that on television immediately get that little figure in their mind. In our case, people don't know whether this is a little chef or an animated hamburger. So by just having the character, letting them figure out whatever they want to think about it, I think is good. It adds to our sign, and as you say, we certainly wouldn't want to make the other signs, the older signs, obsolete. Well, I think we're in complete agreement on that, and we'll follow along those lines. Now, on this All-American, there are two ways to consider it. One is, of course, the normal reference of an All-American athlete, and the other is the All-American meal for the All-American boy and for All-American people. In other words, the hamburger, milkshake, and French fries is typically American, as against pizza, tacos, enchiladas, chili, and a lot of those things. You know, our boys in service that were over in those foreign countries, they said that for a good old hamburger and a milkshake,
because they are so typically American. I completely agree with you that we should direct our main advertising and our association with the 15-cent hamburger and the 20-cent milkshake and the 10-cent French fried potatoes and, of course, the 19-cent cheeseburger. But please keep in mind that there are going to be a heck of a lot of people in the 15-cent hamburger business that are going to put ads in the paper, 15 cents, and the 15-cent hamburger is going to become quite a common thing according to what we hear and see, and that price is not going to have the same appeal that it does where we go into a town in which there has never been a 15-cent hamburger, and we get the impact that we do from that. If there are half a dozen places in that town and all advertising 15 cents as the greatest attraction, in other words, selling strictly price, it will become very common with little appeal. In the ads that have been run, they show the all-American meal, and then they list it below. A 15-cent hamburger, 20-cent milkshake, and 10-cent French fries, total of 45 cents. A family of four, just $1.80, and a family of five, only $2 1/4. It has been surprising the number of people that obviously have come up to a McDonald's unit for the first time and just order four All-American. In these cases, they have to ask them what flavor milkshake they want. Now, this, of course, confirms the value of that particular ad and shows that it has pulling power. It lets those people know that there are no hidden tricks and that they can get a full meal for 45 cents. The thought is that the thinking has been done for the people and that it does not make them think for themselves. I don't think, Mac and Dick, that it's a question of doing one particular thing. I think we're correct in running an ad with just 10-cent French fried potatoes. That is featuring that item and then having the other items listed in the ad, but the headline is 10-cent French fries. And another ad with 15-cent hamburgers, and another ad, depending on the season of the year, with 20-cent milkshakes. And an ad that has worked very, very well is 19-cent cheeseburgers, particularly with this new cheddar cheese, which has really gone over tremendously. It has added a real quality flavor, and every one of the operators, and I probably talked with 25 of them, are very enthused about it. The question has come up, is the cheese too cheesy for some people? But it's something like going back to the malted milks of the past. People would say, well, I'd like just a little tiny bit of malt because I don't like the flavor of malt if it's too strong. Well, of course, it was always my contention with malted milk that you either like malt or you don't like it, because if you don't like it, you would have a milkshake. And if you liked the flavor of malt, you would order a malted milk. So basically, the people who order cheeseburgers are people who like cheese. And again, it's possible that somebody who liked an extremely mild cheese and nothing else might be lost. But in the long run, those are calculated risks that you have to take in order to better satisfy the people who basically like cheese. and will get a better cheeseburger at McDonald's than they will at any of these other hinky-dinks that are opening up all around us. The desire, of course, is to serve a better cheeseburger than these other fellows are serving, to spend more money for the cheese, which they are not apt to do, and to get some exclusiveness to a McDonald's cheeseburger that they are not able to do or not apt to do. We really have that with our French fries because most of these other people are using frozen pre-blanched potatoes, and they just don't compare with ours. So getting back to this thing, I think we have got to be versatile, and in an area where we have a lot of 15-cent hamburger places, we will need a new approach, such as the world's finest French fried potatoes, 10 cents, and the finest cheeseburger made with egg cheddar cheese, and the all-American combination. And by doing all of these things, we are catering to the tastes of many people instead of just pounding away at our basic item of a 15-cent hamburger. Of course, it would be kind of silly to run an ad featuring soft drinks at 10 cents of orange, Coke, and root beer, because this would have no particular appeal or identification with McDonald's or for McDonald's. There's another thing in this, fellas, that with certain people, a hamburger milkshake and french fries at 45 cents has a far greater appeal than just a 15-cent hamburger, because the mother of the house or the husband might be listening to it and says, oh, hell, what can you get for 15 cents? That can't be any good. But when he hears 45 cents, then he can kind of justify that in his mind that, that might be worth looking into. In other words, sometimes you can advertise the price so low that people laugh at it. It's just too cheap sounding for them. Now, I'm not developing any philosophy on advertising. Don't get me wrong. The only thing I'm saying is that if we're versatile and flexible, and if we do all of these things, not only one of them, but all of them, that we'll have a wider appeal, and we will make it harder and tougher for our competition to follow us. I noticed that change in the sign, and I thought it looked real good. Now, let me ask you about that. Is the top portion cut down? In other words, the big red panel on the sign, is that now shorter in height than it was before? I want to know about this before I take it up with Jim Schindler. Now, one thing that we are planning, and you might, if the idea appeals to you, you might take it up with Dexter. And that is to build a square panel around the figure 200. And then have these in bulbs instead of neon, like they have on these signs that show the temperature and the time. In other words, that figure 2 would become a figure 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, simply by pushing a button. In this way, they can change that number quickly to 300 and then 400 and on up to 900 million as we send out a bulletin that that figure is now correct. It is impossible to get our operators to change every 100 million because it costs about $150. And the next thing is that with white bulbs, that figure of 200 million or 300 million will stand out, and it will flash on and off and will add additional spark to the sign. I think this is another thing that is going to separate McDonald's from the would-be boys by our having that progressiveness of 200 to 300 to 400 and so forth. Now, after I hear from you about whether the big panel on the sign has been changed in the height to allow for this small panel you got across the bottom, and I get your reaction on this change of the 2, 3, 4, 5, and so forth, and of having that square panel with the 200 and 300 and so forth in small white bulbs that flash on and off, then we can get a new drawing on the sign to the various sign people to conform with in the future. It will be a question of getting the cost on a new design sign and making that comparison before making any definite decision. The cost of the building is still going up, and we want to hold the arches and sign as low as possible. I was told last night we have 9 units opening between now and the 2nd of November. Well, I heard the bell, so I better get off of here before the thing goes dead. So long for now.
Disc P, 1958.
Hello, Mac and Dick. I want to let you know that Kraft have finally agreed to work out something in a Pullman loaf for us under a special name which they used to use years ago, period. Here I go with the period, forgetting I'm not writing a letter. At any rate, I believe the name was Super Cured. This Pullman loaf would be like their Old English, which is their better grade than the American cheese they put out, and which, of course, has more cheddar cheese in it, therefore more cheese flavor. We do not know as yet what the price will be, but because it is a brand new item, and because they will start out with a fixed demand for it with all McDonald System Inc. units, we can assure them of considerable tonnage with great growth. This is something that they have not been able to consider in the past because of their standard price list on their well-known entrenched products that have national distribution. They will not hold this item strictly for McDonald's, but it is predicated on our business and will not be available to other chains and so forth for at least some time. It seems that they must make this up in very large quantities in order to keep their production costs low. So I'll let you know more about that when it is available. The Pullman loaf should be good for us so that we don't have all the broken corners or the sticky corners sticking to the paper when you unwrap a cheeseburger. I also talked with a fellow who is working on a slicer that would slice the cheese by the use of wires all at one time. In other words, it would act somewhat like our potato cutter, but it would be wires, and all you'd have to do is lift the top off and dunk it in water and start on the next loaf. It would certainly be a big help as against the slowness and the losses of the end of the cheese by using a cutter. And of course, the initial cost would be much less expensive. We have gotten most of the units to slice cheese anywhere from 26 to 30 slices to the pound. And as a result, they are selling a devil of a lot more cheeseburgers. Well, I'll keep you informed on this as it progresses. Now, I've been fiddling with a thought for a long time, and I didn't mention it to you when you were here because we were on so many other subjects, and I didn't have anything fixed in my mind about it, and I still don't, but it's just something for future consideration because of a trend in zoning and in restrictions for permits around the country. This thought has to do with
the possibility, and again I say, this is just thinking out loud with you, of extending the sides of our building out on each side of the back room, or possibly adding a room to the back of the building, or of having an alternate of either one of the two depending on the size of the lot, width and depth and so forth. The idea would be to have this room or rooms air conditioned, having a terrazzo or quarry tile floor and tiled walls with booths. Now, I don't mean the conventional type of restaurant booth. I mean a straight-sided back and a seat made out of wood or maybe covered with formica or something of that kind, but not upholstered for comfort. And maybe the back of the seat would have a 10-inch opening from the seat up to where the back started for easier cleaning and so forth. And possibly the top of the table would be tiled for a low maintenance and to keep the kids from carving their initials on it or something. In other words, clean and cheerful, but very conservative and easy to keep clean. This room would be for people who did not want to eat in their car, or possibly to supplement those that did eat in the car, who might have air conditioning in their car, or who might be willing to sit in the car, as against those, and I'm speaking particularly of hot climates now in the South in the summertime, where they might not come to the place if they were forced to eat in the car in the heat. This room would have a door into the back room so that it could be serviced at intervals by sweeping the floor and wiping off the tabletops and emptying the waste cans, and of taking any paper goods that was left on the tables and putting that into the waste can by whoever would service it at frequent intervals. There would, of course, be nothing on the table such as salt, pepper, and things of that kind. The table would be absolutely plain, and not even a drinking fountain, or that would make them request extra cups for water and the cost of installing that, maintaining it, so forth. I suppose it would require an acoustical ceiling, as the windows would all be permanent, that is, I mean permanently closed, and would probably have to have a deafening effect for noise by having a soundproof type ceiling. The entire basis for this thinking is that as time goes on, it is my feeling that more and more towns are going to restrict drive-ins unless they have either tables or counter service. This is one of the ways that they are able to restrict drive-ins without zoning against them. I was thinking something along the lines of having possibly 5 booths that would seat 4 people each on each side of the building, which would only necessitate about a width of maybe 7 or 8 feet. We could have a waste can opposite each booth at the wall, which kept inside would always be trim and neat, and would of course have to be kept sparkling clean and odorless. As I see it, there would be no ashtrays or anything of that kind, so I suppose they would be putting cigarette butts on the floor, but maybe they would drop them in the paper cup or something of that kind. And sweeping of the floor would have to be done at regular intervals anyway with a small broom and a dustpan, so that shouldn't be too big a problem. I don't believe this would add very much to our labor cost, if anything, because the small areas would be cleaned up by the cleanup man, whom we have anyway, and most of our operators do not send a man out to clean the green cement around the perimeter of the building and push down waste cans and wipe off the benches and the front counter frequently enough in the day. So we might, in this way, be able to get one man whose job would be to do that, and that's something that should be done anyway. In other words, if they're not doing it now, it's only because they're cheating on that labor cost, which is really a part of the operation. The only factor I can see is that the initial investment would be increased. And by how much, I don't know. Maybe the building would cost an extra $5,000. I'm talking about the cost of the addition to the wall and the extra light fixtures and the tiling and the fixtures themselves, the booths. So without any plumbing and extra heating, I don't think there would be too great a cost. I say no extra heating because I feel that with this small area on each side, that our present heating plant will suffice by merely ducking in some of the heat into that room or rooms. I don't know what you think about this thought, and I wish you would give me your reaction. But as I say, it is predicated on the fact that restrictive zoning is developing in more places, and I think we are smart to anticipate the trend and to think about it now, even though we may not have to use it for a few years ahead. We are having our same old troubles. In fact, I just signed checks today for 2 people and 1 yesterday to give them their registration deposit back because they can't wait. I don't know what we can do about it. We just can't get enough sites to satisfy these people as fast as we'd like to. And I don't see any other way we can do it unless we suddenly got in a lot of money for financing to put more men on to get sites and to go out and some way try to tie up property. Even $100,000 would be a drop in the bucket, but what it would do would be to maybe let us double our staff of men that are out developing sites, and in that way get twice as many. But it's a very frustrating thing to have a fellow wait for 6 months and then come in and say, I can't wait any longer, give me my money back. We certainly don't like to lose him, and he doesn't want to go, he wants to go in the McDonald business, and it's just an unfortunate situation. The billboard contracts are going into the advertising agency real well. They have something like 30 contracts now, and they're continuing to come in. And this is going to be a wonderful thing for us because it's going to publicize our name, and it's going to be a big advantage for our operators and, of course, for ourselves over some of these imitators. It costs so much money to get the artwork and engravings done and all that sort of thing that I don't think we'll have to have any fear of these other fellows doing it for quite a long time to come. However, it's a kind of a paradoxical thing because the more popular we make McDonald's, and the more volume of business we do, the more people that want to get into it. And while that's marvelous, we just don't know where to put them. Well, anyway, give me your reaction to this sleeve, and let's kick this thought around by sleeve correspondence with the downtowner cooking on the stove and something of this kind. Maybe we'll keep ahead of these.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to part 5 of the Ray Kroc and McDonald Brothers Dictaphone tapes. I wish there was so much more, but we're leaving it off here at 1959, and in this cassette, we take a look at Ray Kroc as he talks about changes in the contract between Ray and the McDonald brothers, recently opened locations, changing the look of the front waiting rooms, and then a man named Don comes on talking to the McDonald brothers, and he talks about the McDonald brothers' failed Christmas happenings in their San Bernardino location, advertising during the holidays. Ray Kroc then comes back and he talks more about operations and new building designs, the quality of managers at McDonald's locations, and then we tie it all up in a nice little bow as Ray kind of goes on a tangent talking about what it takes to be a McDonald's franchise owner. So with that being said, this is part 5 of 5, the final tape. It's been a wild, fun journey. I hope you guys enjoyed this and enjoy this final tape.
Disc Q, January 1959.
I want to apologize for the long delay in getting the contract adjustment back to you, and frankly, I don't have it as yet. Tom Casey and his assistant Heron are so doggone busy working on closing leases for new places that I just felt that was more important than anything, to get new places. So I'm going to take it away from them and take it with Frank Bernard, who is a member of the big law firm that is our number one legal outfit. Do this with him and then get it to you. This time I'm going to go all over that there are no complexities. You know, the original contract said that we could not license a corporation. A devil of a lot of them, which in effect is breaking the contract. But the new adjustment to the contract says the same thing as the original one, that again, we cannot license a corporation. Well, of course, you know that today, with the tax situation, that many of our people are advised by their attorneys to incorporate their business. And it would be almost insurmountable for us to say, no, unless you open this as a sole proprietorship, we won't license you. That'd be foolish. So those are the things that have to be changed. And as long as we're going all over the whole thing, why, I'll find all of those things. But it'll be a little while because Ethel and I are going with another couple down to Jamaica for 2 weeks, and we're leaving on January 30th, so darn well I'll do it before I get back. Actually, in that contract, and I have to laugh about it because it is comical, and yet from an attorney's viewpoint, because we have broken about a dozen things back by operating. You know, we tightened up our franchise terrifically since the original franchise agreement and made it much tougher. But of course, this was was a great benefit
to both yourselves and ourselves. And of course, there was the 0.4% on advertising, and there was this corporation deal where we wouldn't license a corporation, and I don't know what. So when I show it to an attorney and tell him about it, he's aghast. But it's all been good and logical and for our mutual benefit and development. And now that's why I want to go over the thing thoroughly once and for all. Well, so much for that. Now, here's what I want to tell you about. I want to include a piece out of the Chicago Sunday Tribune, which told, it was in the financial section, and it said that McDonald's showed a 151% increase in the year 1958, and gave the 57 sales figures as 4 million something, and the 58 sales figures is 11 million plus, and I'll include that reprint with this sleeve. Now, we opened Cincinnati and Muskegon, Michigan, and I guess I don't have to tell you about the miserable weather we're having here. Here are the figures for Cincinnati, where, as you know, Frisch has about 27 places in the greater Cincinnati. On Tuesday, the 13th, we did 307. That was the opening day. Wednesday, 334. Thursday, 254. Friday, 463. Saturday, 814. Sunday, 743. And Monday, 300. In Muskegon, we opened on Wednesday, the 14th, with a fog, snow, and real cold. We did $223. On Thursday, with a light blizzard, we did $323. On Friday, $653. On Saturday, $1,108. And on Sunday, $650. The temperature ranged from 5 below zero to 40 above. And on Saturday, there was an accumulation of about 6 inches of snow on the ground. To make it even worse, the winter front had been put up, but not a pane of glass in the winter front due to the fact that has been a glass strike in Muskegon, and they wouldn't put the glass in. Well, we finally got the glass put in on Monday of this week. But imagine doing $1,100 on Saturday with no glass in the winter front, 6 inches of snow, and a light blizzard blowing. Our man up there formerly lived in Muskegon and knew all the disc jockeys personally, and they gave him a lot of build-up and free publicity, and that's what did it on Saturday. Nick Karras was there, and Nick was spending all his time running for buns and meat because who the devil would ever think you're going to do that kind of business? But he made it. Now, we will open Decatur, Illinois on Friday of this week, and Peoria Tuesday of next week, and Normal, Illinois, someday next week also. We also expect to open Louisville number 2 someday next week, along with Orlando, Florida, and I think Ocala, Florida. I got another piece of news. We are moving up to the 20th floor in this building. We need more space, and I can't get it on this floor. And I was going to take some on the 6th floor, that is 1 floor below us, but I didn't want to get us all over the building, so I took a half a floor up on the 20th floor, and that space used to be occupied by the executive offices of Pabst Brewing Company, who moved out of the building to get larger quarters at the Merchandise Mart. We have here at present about 3,400 square feet, and we will now have 6,000 square feet upstairs. The entire 20th floor is air-conditioned. The ceilings were lowered some time back, so our offices will be all air-conditioned, and they all have fluorescent lighting, and all in all, we have beautiful, wonderful facilities. I think you fellows should plan a trip to Chicago during the Western show next year when a lot of our boys will be in so that you can see these new facilities. And I think you'll be very proud of them. It'll be real prestige location, and I'm very happy with it. Incidentally, our rent up there will be $2,500 a month. Boy, isn't that something? $30,000 a year rent? Wow. Somebody had told me that 2-3 years ago, I'd have been ready to jump out the window. We're working on, with the hope that we will conclude 200 locations this year. If we miss it, it won't be by far. Harry has been doing a wonderful job of getting mortgage money. The last commitment he got was for $7.5 million. And incidentally, he is flying to Los Angeles next Monday. And if he has time, I'll have him give you a ring. But he is going out there to see the G.B. Fuller Company, who are the largest builders in the United States. And they, I understand, are interested in the possibility of building the buildings for us and financing the ground and building. Now, this is just a lot of conversation so far, but it's enough for Harry to go out and talk with them about it. From Los Angeles, he will fly directly to New York with some other financial group on financing and buying and leasing back. So it looks like we are really getting into big business figures. We are still working against a big backlog of operators who are registered, and I think we are now making much more progress. If we can whip this ground and building situation, there will be no limit to our progress. If we go after them, I think we can get at least 250 operators a year. Our backlog must be at least 75 people, and it looks as though we are always going to be able to work against the backlog, which is a very happy situation. But it is rough when you have to tell people it'll be 1 year from the time they sign up until they get open. And that, of course, discourages a lot of people. Bob Levitt from our office has been in Portland and Seattle and telephoned that it looks like we're set in both Portland and Bellevue, Washington, which is a suburb of Seattle. I'll be happy if we are, because I think we can develop some growth in Oregon and in Washington, and then into Utah and that area. Incidentally, we had 7 inches of snow last night, and now it has started to snow again this morning. Well, I think this brings you pretty much up to date, and I'll say so long for now and be talking to you again soon. So long.
Disc R, September, October, 1959.
Hello, Mac and Dick. One thing I forgot to answer in your sleeve was regarding the waiting room out in front. I believe I mentioned to you that I had plans for making that room much more attractive. I want to cover those marble walls with wood paneling and improve the lighting in there with lamps and so forth, and change the carpeting on the floor. And it looks as though the most practical thing to do with the rug on the floor will be to put in a very attractive, probably red and white, or some type of rubber or tile-type floor. The people coming in with grease and mud on their shoes just leave carpeting in bad shape. There are times now that we have 12, 14 people out there, and we have to bring in extra chairs and things of that kind. And the result is that we don't have the facilities out there for a table and things of that kind. What I want to do is to have, after we get the wood paneling walls, to get some real good-looking photographs of the McDonald units around the walls. As far as the brochures are concerned, I felt that it's better not to pile them up out there because, first of all, we want to take a look at the people who want brochures so that we can be more discriminating. And secondly, most of the people waiting out there have already received brochures through the mail or in person. A miniature McDonald building would be wonderful if we could get a real work of art. Those things will all come with time, but there are so many things to do that there just aren't enough hours in the day to get them done, and the most important things have to come first. I don't know just when we'll get that front room taken care of, because we just have gone through the wall now for that additional 30 by 30 space. They moved desks in there 2 or 3 days ago, and they've got to build a private office and do considerable work in there before we are completely settled. You know, I've been thinking overnight since I wrote you yesterday. With all of this intense competition, and it's going to be organized, all directed toward 15-cent hamburgers. It's more important than ever that we have a closer, better association with our operators, and that we do things to have better control. I think when we get these controlled units of ours in Columbus, Ohio, and embellish the grounds and reach a point of perfection in the operation, that we will have very much of what you have there in San Bernardino, as far as we are concerned. For instance, when we know anybody's going to the West Coast, we tell them, look, don't be bothered with any place else other than San Bernardino. And the reason we tell them that is because we're sure of what they're going to see. And every operator that has seen San Bernardino says, boy, I'd like nothing better than to have my unit look like their unit. Now, all of these hot shots getting into this business and worrying about the fast buck are not going to have these examples to show to their operators or to be imitated. Therefore, I feel that we can have outstanding models of progressiveness and refinements in the operation only in such places where we do the planning and we have the control. We're going to have a lot of operators say, well, I can get in this other system cheaper than I can yours, and I can get into it faster, and they let me do this, and they let me do that, which you don't, and so I'm going to go into that system. And then he'll end up by saying, what's the difference? They sell 15-cent hamburgers the same as you, so what's the difference? I think the only way that we can prove and reprove constantly the big difference is to show this big difference in places that we are confident of, and those places can only be our own controlled places. If I felt that we could finance the things and grow rapidly enough, I would darn near be in favor of never selling another franchise. But, of course, that is impossible, at least at this moment. But if we were in a position to put in 100 units a year, and we could control them,
and have them operate like Woolworth Company and Sears Roebuck and those people, boy, oh boy, we would then be able to say exactly what is going on in every McDonald's unit in the country. And as long as they're licensed, we can never say that. And no matter how many supervisors we have, we can never say it. We have talked here of being fussier and more discriminating about the people that go into it, but you can't be a psychologist, and you can't anticipate how these people change after they get into business. There's one thing that I have found out for certain. And that is that the more successful the Jewish people are, the more attention they pay to their business. And the more successful the average Gentile is, the less attention he pays to his business. And 8 out of the top 10 for the month of July prove that. Even a good licensee will never be as good as a company-controlled unit, because as soon as a guy has some of his money in the place, he wants to have something to say about that place. In fact, he wants a hell of a lot to say about it. I'm sure that if Safeway stores and Food Fair and Jewel Tea and you name the biggest supermarket people in the country, if they were franchised, I think they'd have nothing but headaches constantly as far as advertising to the public exactly what they could expect when they go into their places. We've got a devil of a lot of real fine operators, and their places show it, and their volume shows it, and their profit shows it. But unfortunately, they are not all that way. I expect that most of these other systems are going to follow the Golden Point and Henry's and Burger Chefs and so forth idea of selling area franchises and let those people sub-franchise. If that is the case, then of course these sub-franchisers will let anybody who has enough money get into it and operate just about as they please. At least they'll have very wide tolerances as long as they are getting a buck out of it. Another thing about controlled operations is that you can set up a budget of advertising and keep that thing continuous and progressive. Until the present time, we have had no demand on the operator for any amount of advertising, and this has been left strictly to his decision, and the result is that the majority of them feel that advertising is an expense and not an investment. Now we are putting in 2.5% of gross as being necessary for advertising as a part of the franchise. Jim Zion says that the quality of the food is the most important thing in a McDonald's, and the second thing is the quality of the personnel and cleanliness of the place, and the third thing is advertising and public relations. And he says the first two things should be taken for granted by any good operator, and therefore the only thing left of importance is advertising and public relations. And if he doesn't do considerable and continuous and steady advertising and public relations, he cannot expect his business to grow. Jim has proven this at his Criterion restaurant, where he has fine food and fine service in fine surroundings. But if he doesn't tell the people about it, then new people looking for an outstanding place to eat would never know about his place. And of course, it's an old adage that any business must continue to have a constant flow of new business to make up for the older customers who may move away, pass away, or become ill or something else. Every business loses old customers. So they must continually have new customers, new people that had never been there before, coming in to supplant those people and augment the total number of customers. While I may talk disparagingly about some of our licensees, I don't think that there is a single one that doesn't have the greatest respect for the McDonald name and the McDonald system and way of doing business and our code of ethics. And that is the reason that we have such a long list of people on the waiting list, because the people in our business are recommending to their friends and relatives that they go into this business. This, of course, is the greatest goal of accomplishment, to have these people recommending us in this fashion. And for them to tell their friends and relatives why they should not go into one of these other systems. The greatest thing I can think of would be that company-controlled units as a chain would have such respect by our operators that they would want their managers, and they themselves, in many cases, would be very anxious to take a refresher course by the operating executives of such a chain operation, where they demonstrate, not with theory and words, but in practice, the real important things. For instance, Dusenberry and Coy, who are opening in Greensboro, North Carolina, and Charlotte, gave me a great compliment about Nick Karras. They said of all their years in the Navy, with people who are supposed to know foods and all that sort of thing, they have never found anyone as well-versed as Nick Karras. Nick went into the bakery down there and talked with the bun people about the buns and their formula and their proofing and the sugar content and the type of pans and every phase of the bun. And they told me that they were convinced in their mind that Nick Karras knew more than the baking company people did about what they were baking. They said the same thing was true about meat. All the various types of meat and the way it was trimmed and cut and the suet content and all this and that. So the greater our knowledge and the greater our enthusiasm and desire toward perfection, the greater the respect we're going to get from these people, and the closer knit organization we're going to have, and the better equipped we are to beat hell out of anybody. Well, that's enough blasting for now, and I'm right at the end of the cylinder, so long. By the way, here's one of my new business cards.
Disc S, December 1959.
Dick, this is Don Wallet, maybe a little surely up to 100%. Everyone in San Bernardino had a very Merry Christmas. Right now, Verdale, Florida, in Fort Lauderdale, my wife and the children. So far, we've been enjoying a very nice vacation. We left Chicago December the 22nd by way of Louisville, no operator on Louis for 2. So Christmas, he and his wife with from the children. After Christmas, then we left Louisville and went from Louisville to Tarpon Springs, Florida, where we stayed with Boris's mother and father. So we had a couple of nice days with them. We came down here and we were staying at the Pier 66 boats. It's probably one of the nicest ports in Fort Lauderdale. We came here quite by accident, and we've been very pleased. And the price is right, too. Actually, either did a disc or paid a letter off to you before I left Chicago, and there just seemed to be so damn many things that were coming up. Boy, that office is a madhouse, as you fellas could see when you're there. There's just not enough hours in the day to try and accomplish everything. And one of the things I had wanted to comment about the Christmas deal that you fellas had planned for San Bernardino, and was very sorry to learn that you were not able to go through with it. This is a real spectacular when you do something like that. big problem is always a fiasco that might develop. And frankly, I can see the part of your attorneys very well. All you'd have to do is have a few people get some of the so-called snow in their eyes, and then you'd really be in trouble. There might have been some modifications to it that you could have used, but these things usually take a lot of planning. I mean, you have to start and work on this maybe 2 or 3 months in advance, and then try and work every angle of it to see where your shortcomings and mistakes are. And I guess it's just like building a McDonald unit. You've got to think of about everything that could conceivably happen, and then investigate every point and see that it's right for you. Offhand, I liked the idea real well. I thought it would have really created quite a stir. And I imagine you fellas did too, because you were certainly going at it in the right way. I was quite glad to see the number of operators that used the season's greetings billboards, and we received a lot of favorable comments from them. I know I was down in Washington seeing Oscar Goldstein and John Gibson. They had a get-together with the operators from the eastern area. I think there were about 10 or 12 of them at a meeting there in Washington. And the reason they got together were to discuss ways they could help each other through their advertising and general public relations, because they found that while most of their operations are going along pretty good, that when they do advertise, and if they handle it correctly and do it on a high plane, that they notice that they get a build-up in sales, and they also get comments from the local city fathers and the Chamber of Commerce and the organizations that they like to be associated with. And it was a very good meeting, and I think just about everybody got a lot out of it. And Oscar Goldstein had billboards up that had season's greetings on them, and they'd only been up a few days, and many people stopped in to tell them that they had seen the attractive billboards. They liked the message, and they thought it was in very good taste. 2 of the billboards were on US 1 leading from Washington, D.C. to Alexandria, Virginia. Both were lighted billboards, and you just couldn't help but run smack into them if you were driving in either direction on US 1, either going into Washington or going out of Washington. In Chicago, and I know the office sent the photographs on. I was talking to them on the telephone, make sure that they got them off to you so you get a little idea of what we did in Chicago. We used the Dictaphone company's window on Michigan Boulevard. Actually, they came to us and asked us if we'd be interested in using their window during the holiday season. We use quite a bit of their equipment. Practically all of our fellows carry dictaphones. And we took the billboard. Actually, this was the what they call a 6-sheet billboard, not the 24-sheet. And we gave it to a local window director, what would you call it, a decoration company. And we had them put McDonalds in lights. And actually, if you drove down Michigan Boulevard, past the Dictaphone company's office, it hit you right between the eyes. And of course, we had another big 24-sheet lighted board downtown. It was at Lake Street and LaSalle Street, practically across from the office. And it was lighted with season's greetings. Then, of course, the Santa wagon going around downtown Chicago. And up until the time I left, we had people that would give us a buzz on the telephone, tell us they had seen it and wanted to thank us for it. Sometimes these are the comments that mean more than about anything else you can think of. That people actually take the time to people tell you what they think of something like that. The Santa wagon idea seems to be a good public relations item, as well as doing an actual community service. We let the operators know last year what was involved in handling something like this. And this year, a number of the fellas took on a similar program. And in Rockford, was used and was used in Kankakee and many other areas around the country. And again, this gets back to being the civic thing that you kind of like to be associated with, and I think it means a lot for the McDonald name. And of course, in my end of this business, and I try to do everything that we possibly can to keep elevating the McDonald name so that it becomes a byword of the people. I don't know if my kids are any example of it, but I kind of think they are. Even down here in Florida, they'd rather go to McDonald's and have hamburgers than they would go to the finest restaurant here. And I've tried to think, well, geez, maybe the kids, just because the old man is with the organization, that maybe that's one of the reasons. But I don't think it is, because they're pretty willing to give you their opinion of something. And if they didn't like it, they'd tell you about it right away. You know, since I've been down here and had a chance to clear the cobwebs out of my head a little bit, I've been doing some thinking about the McDonald's units that are in Southern California. And I know that some of them have gotten off the track, and that Ray has expressed to me several times that he didn't see much hope for them. And, I'm just wondering, and maybe you fellas can straighten me out. I think there ought to be some good possibilities of pulling these fellas back in to doing things the McDonald way, the way you fellas originally had wanted it set up. And I've got a big urge to go out there and just sit down and talk to them. I don't see anything that we gain from it other than getting them to be good McDonald operators. And if they're good McDonald operators, they'll reflect on the overall organization across the country. And certainly they ought to be able to see what the operators are doing that do things the way we think they should be carried out. And I just feel that if a little selling job could be done on them, that we could get them back into the fold and get them performing like other McDonald's around the country. I'd appreciate your comments on that point. I'd sure like to see it revived. I can't see in my own mind why the state of California can't be every bit as good as any place else in the country. Geez, you fellas certainly have proved what can be done in the town, and it's just a matter of straightening the situation out and getting the ball rolling in the right direction. And if you think there's some possibilities along that line, I know Fred has been out there, and I know Ray has been out there also. But I just got enough, I guess, of this Irish blood in me to feel that if you sit down and talk to these fellas, and they certainly must be reasonable people, that we could be able to show them how successful the program has been and try to get them back into the fold. There's a lot of strength in the organization, and these fellas could profit by everything that we've been doing, particularly if they operate in the same manner. I hope to be able to be out in the Denver. I'm going to Denver and then on to Albuquerque to see the fellas, the second unit open in Albuquerque, and we've got, I don't know how many open now in Denver, but it must be 3 or 4. If they're not open, they're about to open. I think some of them are opening while I'm away. And I want to get together with these fellas and try to show them that how they can work together cooperatively from an advertising and public relations standpoint. Gee, there's just so much they can do, and we put a lot of effort into the building and into our product. And if they will just use a little bit of common sense in this advertising and public relations and work together, they could do a real fine job. So I want to get together with the fellas in Denver, and actually it'll take in the Colorado area. I know that Dick Faulkner in Colorado Springs likes the idea of doing work together, and I know the fellas in Cheyenne, Wyoming would be willing to come down and see what they could do collectively and in the same direction to help one another. From Denver, I'll go on to Albuquerque and spend a few days with the fellows there. We got a couple of good operators in Albuquerque, and we just want to make sure that they get off to the right start and don't get any bad ideas. If they can just get off to on the right foot, they can develop a real good pattern all the way through. So it'd be an easy jump to go from Albuquerque then into Los Angeles. I don't know whether I'd be driving our airplane or whether I'd be going commercially with a hop, skipping, jumping idea. I think probably I'd take our airplane. I'd like to stop, like leaving Chicago, I could go to Chicago, Des Moines, Iowa, and we've got two now in Des Moines. They go from Des Moines to Omaha to Lincoln, Nebraska, Lincoln to Denver, Denver, Albuquerque, then Albuquerque either to Phoenix, and then into Los Angeles or San Bernardino. I'd like to see your operation. I've heard a lot about it. I've got this stuff up to my ears, and the more I can see, the more I appreciate, and I think the better man I'll be for the organization. Gee, I've been going on babbling here, and I didn't mean to do that, and I've been kind of running all over the place. But if you fellas think that there's some possibilities of working with the operators in Southern California, I'd like to hear from you. If you got any other suggestions you think might be good for the gang, I'm all ears. I hope to be down here another week or so, and then we'll get back into Chicago, start to get back into the groove. Whoops, forgot one thing to tell you about. The Coca-Cola people in Chicago had some kind of a program going on with local civic groups whereby they were going to visit various teens. They also volunteered to give these to free hamburgers. They in turn came to us and asked us if we would be able to supply the Coca-Cola company with the hamburgers. They paid for every one of them. It was very successful. There's a lot of comments were given regarding hamburgers. Meg and Dick, I'm running out of space here. So the best regards for the new year, and look forward to hearing from you.
Disc T, 1959.
It's going to become generally known, and the customers refer to it as give me the large size Coke, or the 15-cent size Coke. The people in the back of them hear it, and so these operators, you know how their thinking is. They think that if we don't let them have a sign up saying 15-cent drinks, that we're penalizing them. And they make a real big issue of it. And it's just not worth fighting about. You know, you can fight about certain things. Like, I'll fight like hell about a machine or a jukebox. In fact, I would default any franchise that had anything like that, or hired girls, or anything of that kind. But there are limits. When it comes to something like this, you just can't fight about everything. But I'll assure you this, in Macopco, there won't be any reference to any 15-cent drinks. You're right about when you say if you're going to have different price drinks, why not have different price hamburgers? There's no question about it. But, again, being realistic, you know, we have short beers and regular beers. We have a small glass of beer and a stein of beer. We have a single martini and a double martini. You know, the A&W have always had a nickel stein of root beer and then the regular stein for a dime. So these are practices that have been going on for years by the bottled beverage people and other type beverages in draft. So the people have a certain expectancy on that, but they don't expect that same type of thing in French fried potatoes or in a sandwich. So it seems to fall in a different category. As I told you about the interior lighting, somewhere or other in these architects' drawings and contractors' drawings, the lighting got fouled up some way, and either they got the building dimensions cockeyed so that they couldn't get the right number of tubes of a certain length in there, or something else went haywire. But this has been remedied, and here again you would see in the newest buildings a considerable change. There's no question on the tile jobs that we have had some miserable workmen. But here again, I'd be darned if I know how you overcome that sort of thing. The real way to put tile on to have it frost-proof is by excellent workmanship and have that thing set in cement with the proper kind of mortar and caulking job. This, like the green cement around the exterior of the place, will always be a problem because the artistry is in the workmanship, and there aren't too many artists left in those trades. I have already discussed with Fred and Don Conley. You're thinking about having all the contact between our field men and the managers. Everyone is in agreement that this is a very smart approach to the problem. However, it is not quite as simple as it may sound. Real good managers don't stay at one of our places too long. They are at a premium and are being sought after by operators who will pay them from $12,000 to $15,000 a year. And when they get that kind of money, it isn't long before they are working on owning their own McDonald's in some kind of a partnership arrangement. Other managers are either fired because they're not adequate, or they're dishonest, or they've got bad habits, or are not dependable, or not clean, and therefore it is difficult to get a long developing friendship and contact with the manager at a place where there is mutual respect. The only one fella who is permanent is the owner. Now, we're going to try to do this to the best of our ability and stick with it. But like anything else, there's no use of looking for miracles. If we have an owner of a place who doesn't spend much time with it and is not particularly interested in the food business, we've basically got a bad operation, whether he's got a good manager or a bad manager, because that manager isn't going to stay with that kind of an owner very long under normal circumstances, because he doesn't have very much respect for him. You see, in this area and in the East, competition is making business seek better employees, and they are outbidding each other for quality employees. They don't stay with anybody like your boys stayed with you in San Bernardino. That's an unheard of thing around here. And naturally, labor goes where it can get the most money. Unless the fella makes up his mind that he won't live any place but Florida, and if he does, why, he knows it's going to be pretty darn hard to get more than $1 an hour down in that country. That place is not for the working man. That's for the guy that has made it and wants to enjoy it. What I really think will happen with some of these remote owners, and I hope to hell it happens, is that the volume of business will go down. In other words, diminishing returns will set in, and they will eventually get discouraged and disgusted and sell the unit. With the background and experience we've had with this, we can now afford to be choosy. In fact, we are being much more so than ever before. When people come in now, we try to psychoanalyze them to find out whether they like this business. If they don't like it, we don't care how much money they got, because they don't fit in this business. And with all of these competitive 15-cent burger chains, if we're going to have a better class of licensees, we're going to have to start it right now, yesterday and the day before, and bring up the quality of our operators. This is certainly a most intangible thing and a hard thing to define, but at least we can try to do a better job of it than we did heretofore, because heretofore, if the man had the money and was of good character, he was in. But now that isn't enough. He's got to like this business. He's got to have a desire to want to grow and increase his volume, and understand that he is expected to spend 2.5% of his gross sales and advertising, and more if he wants to be a real outstanding operator. That he's got to be a mother hen and look after it day and night, and that he has to develop an organization and delegate authority, and he's going to have to pay for that if he wants a happy group of workers who show the customers that they're not bored sick with their job. Now, of course, it's a matter of judgment with this fella. Nobody expects him to work 7 days and 7 nights a week. He's got to have his vacations, his respites. He's entitled to go fishing for a few days or hunting for a few days and enjoy some of the fruits of his labor. But he cannot just take an attitude that he can't be bothered because people who don't like children shouldn't have children. And people who don't like the food business shouldn't have a McDonald's. I'm in closing with this, a couple of printed pieces. One is a publicity piece that goes out to these towns where we plan to get sites. And I thought you'd be interested in seeing an example of some of the articles that are put out and the replies we get from real estate people in the area. The one from Wheeling, West Virginia is the one that just happened to come in here today. Now, in summarizing some of these things, if I can, and I'm thinking of so many things that I'll probably leave half of them out. But there is one thing for sure. Licensing under a franchise will always have its problems because of absolute lack of control over every phase of the business. Any strong operating chain can beat the hell out of a licensee of a franchise under normal circumstances because the executive group makes the decisions in the chains and it is followed through to the letter. This will never be true with licensees of franchises. You can go to every city, you can hold meetings, you can just keep doing this 52 weeks of the year, and the day after you hold the meeting, you should hold another one because they've already forgotten it. Or they figure it's for your good, not theirs, and they develop some kind of a selfish idea about it. And then, of course, the man who has his money invested in that business just has to make certain decisions himself to take care of his own pride and to satisfy his ego that he owns that business and he is running it. As bad as many things are, I think we have come a long way from some of the early birds in this business and from what I've seen of Golden Point and Henry's and Burger Chef and those people. And while we have a lot of room for improvement, I think that generally speaking, we are far ahead of them, and we intend to stay that way. Do you know that without air conditioning, and I don't know whether you've heard that in the Middle West here, we've had temperatures as high as 100 consistently with tremendous humidity for about the last 2 weeks. You know that we have places that it's 100 degrees inside of that place? Can you imagine working the griddle and the French fries under those conditions? It's really been rough. Well, I feel like I have been talking in a marathon or for a long-distance record or something. So I hope your ears don't get weary from all of this noise and that you'll let me hear from you real soon. Let's keep clashing ideas and plans and dreaming and projecting because that is the greatest insurance for the future. They all thought you were crazy when you started this tremendous development of self-service, popular price, specialized menus. And it was radical. But you knew what you were doing, and any ideas that are developed mutually here are not going to be half-cocked. They're going to be kicked around between us, but they'd be a hell of a lot better than not being bothered with any ideas at all. Agree? Okay, fine. Nice to talk to you. So long for now.